Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live here on this Thursday morning. Special day for the Ninja Trader Live team. We've got the entire crew in the house. Pax is in the house. Today, he'll be joining us this morning. Jimmy Kaggs is in the house. He'll be joining us soon here as well. But first off, we're going to have to gut it out with the three of us before the real, Pax gets in here and gets fun. Joining us is our senior economist, Tracy Shukart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Well, dollar down, everything up. That's what we have again. It's one of those things where I woke up this morning, I looked and I saw everything green. It's the market that everyone goes, why are we higher? What's wrong? What market is wrong? And a lot of traders look to fade it. And I wrote in my note, this is a market that you have to go with because this is what the market's been doing. Time and time again, we've been seeing this. It's the dollar weakness, and this trades back. Shai, we're going to get to you with the news, but was there, when you looked at it overnight, was it a similar thought for you, Craig?
Yeah, you kind of went home yesterday. There was a little bit of a negative gamma pocket yesterday. People got spooked for like 5 seconds. And then when we hit, crucial levels where some of the big option strikes were, we just kind of bounced right back. Vol got sold, and day finish kind of sanguine. And then overnight, TSM, which is a big, obviously big part of the AI capex story, good numbers, and we're kind of off to the races again. Gold making another big move higher. Precious metals across the board, and yeah, the dollar weakness. Look, the dollar's been something we've been talking about for weeks. Seemed like it's trying to, form a little bit of a higher trading range, but when it reverses like that back to the middle, we're back to risk on mode again, and we're seeing that again this morning.
Yeah, and the only thing that it's up against right now that I see is the Swissy, and we'll talk to Kaggs about that in a little bit. Shai, the news.
Yeah, well, just to add on to what Craig said, we're still in a little bit of a negative gamma environment, and so do expect some more volatility. About 1 to 1.5% moves are expected when we're kind of in this trading range, so which is great news for traders. But moving on to the news, we have Bessent. Shockingly, Bessent floats a longer-term China truce after the rare earths gambit. So he's been talking about extending the 90-day truce in November, which we talked about. Not shocking that would happen. He said, we're going to try to work, we'll be negotiating in the coming weeks, but, likely we extend this again another 90 days.
Shocker.
Right, exactly.
Shock face emoji.
And then we had, in the crude world, we've had a crazy 12 hours. So first we had Trump coming out and said that he had talked to Modi, and Modi pledged India would stop buying Russian oil. And then we came out and we had India's refiners, a big one, MRPL, came out and said, well, we want cheaper oil, so we're going to still keep buying Russian oil. And then, of course, Russia came out this morning and said they're confident that energy partnership with India will continue. And then Bessent this morning said that he expects Japan now to stop buying Russian energy. Their foreign minister said Japan will do what it can based on the principle of coordinating with G7. So didn't really give a direct answer to Bessent's request. He kind of sidelined that. We also had we keep talking about how we're going to need more financing, particularly in infrastructure, to build out for AI data centers. So the U.S. awarded $1.6 billion for AEP, which is the American Electric Power Company that services Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Oklahoma, West Virginia. So they are planning to replace and build transmission lines there. So that is part of a first tranche of subsidies to come out, or financing to come out for this company. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's to upgrade 5,000 miles of utility transmission lines. So interesting, the government is starting to address the issue that we have. And then, of course, this morning we had the doves on display. We had Moran talking. He said the U.S.-China spat makes rate cuts more urgent. He also said the Fed should cut by 0.5 point, but expect a quarter. And he said halting the balance sheet runoff soon makes sense. And then we had Waller come out and said we can cut 25 basis points. Let's see what happens. We get a better idea. He also said the rate cut was the right thing to do. And then we did have some still worries about credit market distress, and saying that broader credit has also been hit now, and the stock market seems to be ignoring that risk for now. We'll see how long. In the private credit market, it's kind of reeling, as we had Jamie Dimon was talking about Tricolor Holdings and First Brands, which we talked about before, and he said seldom is there only a single cockroach in the kitchen, meaning he expects there to be credit problems elsewhere.
One of the things you talked about this morning got me thinking about our guest yesterday, AI and energy, and how natural gas is going to be 38%. I remember that number of what's going to be powering it. And I still think that that's going to be a story that we're going to be watching soon here. Energy markets, crude got a little bit of a lift this morning, modest. It's up 38 ticks. I'll get to the tape here in just a minute, but it's just something that I think is a story that's just been kind of tucked away shy, and it will be back to the forefront. Everybody's talking about AI stocks. Everyone's talking about quantum computing, right?
But
we're not talking about the energy that's supplying it.
We're not. And, I keep talking, I think this is going to definitely be a 2026 story, but likely, of course, it'll be too late. So by the time we actually address this, because we're just starting now, we should have been, starting this several years ago.
Yeah.
I think energy markets, they've spent this year really quiet, particularly oil and nat gas. And so, I think having coiled so much over the last year, we may have some, breakouts next year and some really good trading.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the energy market is going to be a market that we're going to be talking about like we've been talking about metals. Maybe not quite as extreme, but it's going to be something that we have to talk about. Back to you, Craig. We started off the day, dollar down, everything up. Again, it's a theme that we've just seen over and over and over again this year. And I go back to where we started today talking about it's the tape that you don't really want to fade when it's happening. It's the all up everything. Again, crypto's up this morning. I'm looking at softs are up. Candles up again. Talk about a chart that's just crazy. But just talking about it again, it's weakness in dollar, and it's just buy everything else.
Yeah. No, I think back to Trump got elected on a populist agenda, Main Street over Wall Street. That's what got him elected. And then when he got into power, markets, appreciated that because it was the tax cuts, it was all the good things about it. Then, as he started his term and started talking about things that the market didn't like, tariffs, DOGE spending cuts, market really revolted on that, created a very challenging environment for him in the March-April period. And as he was trying to talk up Main Street over Wall Street didn't like it, markets revolt, he completely has changed his course. Right now, everything he does is for the stock market. That's weaker dollar, that's higher stock prices, that's higher crypto, that's lower energy, that's lower inflation, it's lower rates, right? Everything that he does is talk up, what's good for markets. And so anytime there's something that he comes out and says that disrupts that, volatility gets bid for a minute, risk off, but then people say, you know what, he's going to taco it, right? He's just going to go back to what he's been doing. And until he does something to address some of these structural issues. Now, he does have polling data issues. And so at some point, he's going to have to deal with the midterms, the slowdown in the economy, the slowdown in the labor market. And so we'll see how he addresses that. But for now, until he actually does something like put the tariffs on, markets aren't going to care. And so, that's really what we've seen here. A threat of tariffs late on Friday afternoon. We've largely retraced that entire, that entire sell-off here. And until he actually goes through with it at the end of the month, if he does, markets are probably going to keep moving higher.
Yeah. Good morning, chat. I'm going to get to the tape here in a minute. I tell you what, if the chat doesn't make me laugh every morning, I don't know what to say. Do you want to know what they said this morning, Craig? They go, is Craig wearing a Snuggie? I was cracking up. I'm like, man, that was funny.
It's cold.
Funny.
It's cold here in Naples.
But you look up and then somebody goes, is he wearing a cape? Because when you look up in the screen and I see you there, it's awesome. You guys are the best, obviously. Good morning, chat. Hit like and subscribe. Well, we've surpassed 150,000. We're already at 151,000. We just crossed it. Just started our giveaway, so we're already going to be looking at 200K. And I think I know I'm getting way ahead of myself. We just passed 150, but let's momentum. Let everybody, if you're liking the show, you're liking the morning show and the afternoons and everything we're building here, hit like and subscribe, and join the Ninja Trader Live movement that we're doing. But a lot to talk about more today. Again, we're going to have Pax in studio. We're going to have Kags is in studio. I'm super excited about that.
Absolutely.
And then later today, we've got Chris, XY, and who's doing midday markets? Stowe. That's right. We got Chris, XY, and Stowe, and they're all in Florida, and they're going to be doing it from their hotel rooms, poolside. So my guys are all here. I'm super excited to see everybody later today.
And we do have a little bit of a scheduled change. So we have no show this afternoon.
Yep.
Or tomorrow morning.
Yep. That's right. No show this afternoon. No show tomorrow morning. A little bit of also a preview. We're going to be doing some more swag here on Ninja Trader Live. So get ready for that. Jimmy's got his shirt on today, so we're going to look like twinsies. We were going to have Craig wearing it too, the three of us. That kind of might have been a little much. I don't know.
Sounds like they might have been better than the Snuggie, though.
Yeah, it might have been. Well, listen, it made my morning.
I like the Snuggie.
You guys can't see it. I'm just telling you, it does go down to his knees, so I guess technically it is a Snuggie. I don't want to say that, All right, let's go to the tape. We don't have Jimmy with us now, but I'm going to go over the markets. This morning, S&P up nearly $20 at 67.34 and change. NASDAQ up 113, 25,035 right now. Russell's up $7, 25.42. Dow is up $40 at 46,533. Natural gas flat. Heating oil flat. Natural gas is just above $3. Crude oil is 58.60, up 33 ticks. Again, I'm going to talk more about that with Shai. I think crude oil continues to. I think the more it sits down here, I actually like it. I'm hoping to see a little bit of a runner lower before I step in. But I don't want to be early on crude because early is wrong. But I think that crude is a market to be watching soon. Gold is up $58 again. I mean, there's that.
It's nonstop.
42.60 this morning. Copper down 1.5%. Jimmy was talking about this yesterday. I'm going to talk about copper with Jimmy this morning, and I'm going to talk to Jimmy about Swissy. Those two things, be interested to see. There's a little dynamic going on there, right? Because copper's down when all the other metals are up, and then you've got the dollar only up against the Swissy, so we'll see what he thinks about that. Silver's up nearly $1. It's up almost 2% again. I mean, this is just crazy. It's at 52.30. I mean, the volatility in silver is crazy. And remember, everybody, there's micro silver. You don't have to trade the big one. Platinum's up $22 to 17.10. Time to buy another platinum watch or something like before I listen. I mean, if you like platinum jewelry, buy it now because it's gonna, it's gonna be going up.
There is a story behind that too with catalytic converters. So there is a fundamental fundamental bid under that as well because they're not using really palladium anymore for that.
Yeah. No, I mean again, Shai, this is the understanding the nuance of like what's happening in platinum and silver versus gold, right? And why their demand, when they get going, it could be really volatile and kind of a thinner tape versus gold, and just the dynamics there and what they're, precious metal space, but there's differences. Bond market this morning, you got the Ultras is up 20 ticks at 122.20. That's the Ultra 30. ZB is up 16 ticks to 118.15. And then the short end of the curve is up modestly. 10-year yields 4.01. It just keeps protecting 4%. Yep. We'll talk more about that as well this morning. And again, dollar down against pound. Pound is up, euro up, yen up. Not much, but they're up against it. Again, to me, that's the theme today. Also, crypto up 111,000 in Bitcoin, almost 112, and then ETH just hanging on to 4,000. But that's the tale of the tape this morning. Craig, back to you. let's talk a little bit about gold because gold continues to be the market when you have weak dollar, you have everyone looks at everything going up, and again, I said everyone continues to look at it and say something's wrong. Like, what's wrong? Gold is going up this much, or the bonds are going up this much. And we know that if bonds are going up with any sort of velocity, and I wouldn't say they're going up a velocity, but they're going up, and gold is going up, a lot of times that's a warning sign. Is it really?
Yeah. I think gold is moving back into this traditional relationship between the price of gold and real rates. And so as real rates are falling, gold catches a bid. Gold had drastically outperformed during 2022, 2023 on back of this shift to out of treasuries and into gold, particularly from Chinese buyers and Eastern buyers and Asian buyers. And the U.S. market really didn't buy, right? GLD flows were minimal. There was no allocation into gold. But now that real rates have been falling a bit again, U.S. investors feel like they've been left behind here. And so, a lot of talk about why is my gold allocation so small? Conversations with private wealth advisors, show allocations are just, really too small. And you have only a $25-30 trillion asset class amidst hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets. People are just way underexposed here. And so I think we have a bit of a FOMO chase going on here in the U.S. market, kind of trying to catch up to where Asia has been buying gold for quite some time here. Everything on the debasement story globally continues, right? Global deficits remain expansive in Japan, in Europe, in China, in the UK. Even in the US, even though the deficit has kind of come down year on year, it's still close to 6% of GDP. And we know on the sign of any economic weakness in the labor force, the government's going to be printing more money again. So it's becoming, much more entrenched in the narrative here. And as crypto languishes a little bit, not just Bitcoin, but some of the altcoins have really, taken a hit over the course of the last few weeks. People are saying, why do I need this stuff? Why can I, if I want the debasement trade, I could just put more money into gold. So I think we're just going to continue to see some flow in there. Now it is overbought on a short-term basis, but what does that mean? I mean, really, we can have a
I like that.
we can have a check back here, at any point in time. We saw one last Wednesday, a big correction intraday. Hit a key technical level, boom, right back to the highs. I suspect we're going to keep seeing that kind of trading, but hard to really, poke holes in the fundamental thesis right now.
I mean, that's the thing with gold. I mean, people have to understand gold is not a stock. Gold is not, there's no valuation where you're going to look for an earnings report in gold. When there's demand, gold is bid. When there's demand for silver, silver's bid. When there's demand for platinum, platinum's bid. I mean, this is a commodity that could run and run and run. I mean, Shai, how long ago was it when we were looking at platinum at 800-900, you and I, and saying, oh, we're going to get to 1,000. It's almost at 2,000. I mean, you're not going to see that type of move even in the NASDAQ. I mean, that's just reality. Okay, and so these moves cannot be faded when they are in demand because they're not looking at the price the same way that we're looking at the price of the S&P. Yeah. And so I think that's the most difficult thing for people that are trading. Like, I see a lot of people continue to say, gold has got to rotate here. It's just like, no, it doesn't. I mean, it's just a different animal. And I'm not saying that from a technical perspective they're wrong. I'm just saying you better be careful with that because, again, when there's real demand with people that have real big money.
Right. You have central banks. Again, we got to go back to central banks are not looking for a bargain. When they want to buy, they're going to buy. And we know that they're buying. We know that they're increasing their buying. And it's kind of spreading to the West now, too, where we're starting to see Poland buy a lot of gold. And so I think this trend will continue throughout the West. Mostly, we've been seeing it in Asia with, China and India and Turkey. But I think that other central banks might start this too. We're starting to see some countries in Latin America do this as well. So,
I mean, earlier this week, Powell was asked about what is the price of gold signal about the Fed and inflation credibility. He basically said, I don't look at the price of gold. It's literally like the Fed is not concerned that the price of gold is signaling anything about
But should they?
Look, I mean, it is in part, folks are thinking that inflation will not be arrested, right? That the government is fine running an inflationary regime that does not return inflation to target. So gold is saying that. The Fed is kind of with their own words saying it too. They're cutting rates with inflation reaccelerating here. Some of the private inflation data we've been getting is showing that the goods inflation from tariffs is accelerating now as expected. And so, Yet you heard this morning from Waller and from Steve Myron, it's time to cut. And even from Powell earlier this week, it's time to cut. We're going to cut in October. We're going to cut in December because the labor market is weakening. Meanwhile, inflation continues to move higher. So the Fed doesn't appear to care about it. Bessent was also asked yesterday, what does the price of gold signal about what the government's doing? He said basically the same thing. Said it's basically, it's supply and demand driven. Not as much mining supply. This is not a government that is concerned that the price of gold means anything. And so I think until anybody is concerned about inflation not being stopped, gold will keep structurally being bid.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that they're denying it, that they're not looking at it, we know they are, right? And Steve Erdman and Chad saying, yes, they should, and I agree. I mean, you got to keep an eye on it. I mean, if you're running the largest economy in the world, like you're not looking at gold, like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, you're talking crypto all the time. You tell me you're not acknowledging gold?
Right. No, for sure. Look, they're not. It doesn't appear to me that the majority of the Fed at this point is really serious about bringing inflation back down to 2%. They've become much more concerned about a slowdown in the labor market. Maybe that's rightfully so, but
I think that's actually.
But the problem is they're cutting rates with inflation at 2.5% and markets at all-time highs, and the dollar down 10% on the year. There is an inflation expectations creep going on here, and the general public is kind of picking up on the jig here, and saying, I need assets because I know inflation is moving higher. I don't believe the government data. I know my insurance premiums are up. I know everything is up, and so I don't believe that 2% is even in the realm of possibilities here. And I need assets in order to keep up. That's part of the gold story. That's part of the crypto story. That's been part of the stock story.
Shai, I want to talk to you about this. We're going to get to energy in a minute, right before we get to PAX and them, so I don't want to go into that right now. But I want to talk about, again, the Fed not looking at gold, not acknowledging it, and them getting comfortable with 2.5%, inflation and cutting into that. What are other economists saying? Like, what is the thought about this? Because that's not being talked about right now.
Well, I think, there are two very big diverse camps here where people think that, we should cut. Everything looks recessionary. We've got credit problems. We have distress in the credit markets. This may be larger than we think that it is. And so, somehow we need to arrest this before we have a collapse. And then, of course, there's the other camp that is, saying, the labor market's still not that bad. And we know inflation is still going higher. So why are we cutting rates?
Yeah. I mean, but last thing, Craig, before you go today, are they wrong for cutting rates? Maybe I wouldn't say it's aggressively because I know that they're talking more dovish. We'll see what they do with the job market slowing down the way it is.
Yeah, look, K-shaped economy. The Fed is trying to address the weakness in the lower part of the K-shaped economy and thinks that, rate cuts are going to be helpful. But so far, they haven't been. And it's not clear that the labor market is going to do anything here and pick up just because we have a series of 25 basis point rate cuts amidst all the structural investment going into AI, right? AI is a job destroyer in the next few years before it's a job creator. And so, it's not even clear that the Fed rate cuts are going to do anything to arrest the labor market declines. And in the meantime, inflation from the weak dollar and from higher asset prices is continuing to price out this low-end consumer, right? Maybe they'll get a little reprieve on auto loans and credit card loans, but they can't buy anything because housing is not really going down and overall goods prices continue to be elevated because of tariffs. So Fed's in a tough spot. They should be using their balance sheet more aggressively. That's been something they haven't decided to do. So interest rates are the blunt tool. They think that lowering them is going to address the weakness in the lower part of the K. But unfortunately, it's going to be inflation accelerating first before it actually arrests the job market declines.
It's such a tricky moment. You're right, because it's like, especially when you look at housing, if housing continues to run higher and you don't lower rates, you totally squeeze out middle class trying to buy homes. They don't have opportunities to do it, and the houses still could run higher, right? You got inflation where it is versus jobs. And like you said, if they start to cut and it doesn't help the jobs, well, now you're in a real shitstorm.
Right.
I mean, that's where it gets really weird. Again, gold makes sense. Crypto makes sense. It gets really interesting here. Craig, it's all the time with you today. Thank you so much. That's it. We're done for the week with you tonight. The festivities begin.
Sounds good.
And so I will see you later, my brother.
Awesome.
All right, Shai. While we're waiting for PAX, listen, let me put this out here real quick. I need to ask Chad a favor. So Chad, I just put this tweet out. Do me a favor, go out there. I never asked them to do anything like that, but go out there, retweet Pax's tweet. We've got Pax in the house. We've got Jimmy Kaggs in the house. Go out there. If you're on X, of course, give Pax a follow on there as well. But I just put that link to that tweet. And go out there and let's get some more people in here. We're going to have Pax and Jimmy in the house. And also, please like and subscribe to Ninja Trader Live. Again, we appreciate you so much. 151K when we just passed 150, which is pretty cool. Shai, a few minutes here. I want to talk energy. I mean, unless you want to talk something else, but I am on this energy bandwagon that I do think it's going to become opportunistic soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love talking energy. I think it is. Again, when we talk about this market, it's really been sentiment driven. We've had ConocoPhillips CEO came out, at the Energy Week in London and said, everybody's talking about the supply glut. There is no supply glut. We just don't see this happening. Markets are overreacting. We're seeing participation in this market, particularly poor as far as, you look at the COT data, how many people are still holding positions. And kind of the lower we go, the more energy companies are going to start to hedge, which also kind of exacerbates that move a little bit because obviously, they're worried if it goes any lower, we may need to add extra hedges on here because you would, hedge your risk to the downside. So we are seeing a little bit of more hedging going on. But again, like I said, I think it's going to be a 2026 story. I think people are maybe just starting to talk about what I've been pounding on the table for 2 years is that we need more energy and we need more infrastructure for this data center build out. And so, we're starting to see that sort of creep into the conversation, not as much as I would like, but, that certainly is going to, have to take front and center. Again, I think 2026 is going to be too late and then we're going to be on a scramble.
I think you're right on this. I mean, because you know what? Sometimes themes, Shai, as you and I know, we've been doing this a little bit of time here. They run till the end of the year. That's the other thing. It's like trying to fade a theme in the fourth quarter almost never works out. How often do you ever see a market turn totally around in the fourth quarter? Like expecting gold to come all the way back. Equities had their sell off this year, and I'm not saying that we can't sell off a little bit.
Right.
And that's kind of copping out, saying, are you bullish or not, Anthony? And the reality is, I want to be bearish because I think it's better for day traders and I want to find opportunities to trade it because I'm not doing a ton of equities right now. But it's like this tape is not giving me any sign of, let me step in and want to do stuff here, right? And you see time and time again people saying, oh, it looks like it could be bearish here. And yeah, I get it. But when I look at a day like today, again, dollar down, everything up, everyone goes, well, these, there's all these reasons of why we shouldn't be up here. Sorry. Again, themes last longer than people think.
Yeah,
and a lot of the smartest people a lot of times are early. But then what happens is like a light switch, a new year becomes a new theme.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I think next year, and I know we're getting way ahead of it, but I think energy becomes a story.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a story for 2026. And, fourth quarter for oil in general is kind of a softer seasonal trade anyway. So I don't expect anybody to really step in here.
Yeah. No, I know. Well, Shai, we're done for the week.
Right.
I'm not done. You're done for the week. You can get ready, go kick back, well, do you drink? I never really see you drinking coffee.
No, I don't drink coffee, believe it or not.
I know.
I think I'm like naturally energetic.
Well, why the hell are we going through all these beans here?
So,
I know what it is. I asked for espresso cups. Pete, you watching? It's a little. I mean, if I start drinking these, dude, we're gonna have a real problem. All right, Shai. Anything else to look at throughout the rest of the morning that they should be?
So no, just keep an eye on. Again, we're still in a little bit of a negative gamma environment, and so we may have some of these larger moves in the index markets, either to the higher side or the lower side, as dealers have to kind of chase these moves. So, which is great, but just be aware that that's the environment that we're in right now.
Got it. All right, Shai. Thanks. I'll
Thank
see you
you.
later. All right. Well, next up, we're going to have my boys. We've got Jimmy Keggs and we've got Pax. Shai's still in frame, so she's probably wondering. She's like, "Am I done? Am I out of here yet? Like, what's happening?" Oh, she's staying with us for a minute. Okay, great, gentlemen. What's going on? Could we hear you guys? Pax, this is live.
Hi, guys.
Good morning, Telly.
I can see it up there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I don't have
I'm
to
on the
ask.
screen. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Oh,
boy,
my
here we
God.
go. Look, well, all right. Well, Shai's uncomfortable right now, guys. She's like, I'm still in frame. I'm not supposed to be in here. One of the funniest moments of Ninja Trader Live
Oh, no.
was when I'm sitting here at my desk, and all of a sudden, I'm looking at YouTube, and I got it on my screen right here, and I go, Shai's in frame, and she's looking. She's like, you guys. I mean, she's like, and she's going. So like, one of the top moments of all time. We're gonna have to. I wish we had that playback right now. We'd be able to play that back, but
Got to put that on like outtakes or something.
oh yeah, we've got a lot of those built in.
I'm scared a little bit on that.
Yeah.
No, don't be.
So Jimmy, welcome
Yeah.
to Florida.
I love it, man. I love it. The studio is awesome, off the hook. Love everything we're doing here, and Florida is all right, not bad weather-wise.
Yeah, not a bad place, Naples, Florida, is
No, not at all.
it? Everyone's asking if we're gonna have a group session when I'm here with everybody. No, this is it right here. This is the
This
these
is a
are
group
the,
session.
the OGs. The rest of it's gonna be fun, and we're gonna post some stuff on social, so make sure you're following.
Wait a second.
everybody.
The rest of it's going to be fun. This isn't going to be fun. Just the rest of it.
Just the rest of it. This is just,
Yeah.
this is very serious here, Pax. I don't know if you
Okay.
noticed, I mean, this is, not your regular YouTube show
True
here.
that, yeah.
We should move down here, maybe me and you, and we
I'm
can just
in.
be here every morning.
I'm
Oh,
in.
no.
Do it.
No, wait a minute.
Do
Hold
it.
on.
Yeah.
Time out.
I'm in.
Yeah. Pax, listen, you know what he'll be doing? He'll tell me how much tanner he is than me. He'll be going
hair.
the same haircut place. I'll be going. He'll be like, "Hey, Deli." I don't need this.
Will you
man.
let him in your country club, though? That's the big
well,
question.
there's a wait list.
It's
right?
it's restricted.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
They don't let Irish in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
But I am half Croatian. Maybe they'll let me in for that.
just the good half. So, Jimmy, overnight, one of the things that I wanted to talk about
Yeah.
was the dollar versus the Swissy. So there's a couple dynamics happening, right?
Yeah.
So dollar is down, I said, basically against everything. You've got bonds up, you've got energies mostly up, you've got gold is up, silver, platinum, everything that we talked about,
Yeah.
but not against the Swissy. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we were in a pretty tight, we had a really nice area of resistance back in August, if you remember, and we kind of broke up out of that and established a new kind of consolidation zone we're back up into again. So we're trading it at a higher level than we have been previous to this over the last, 6 weeks or so. And it's kind of sticky right now. So the Swiss franc is relatively strong, and remember, this is the currency you look for on a risk-off environment. We're not there today, obviously, but it's looking pretty strong, the Swiss franc right now, back into the higher level consolidation range.
Yeah, and Pax, I want to go to you next and talk about just the dollar down versus everything up. You and I saw this on social media a lot. You and I talked about this. Remember people in chat? Remember people were going, "What's wrong? Who's wrong?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's proven still that nobody is right.
No.
Not I wouldn't say no, but it's gold is up. Bonds are up. Equities up. What are your thoughts about this tape?
I think that's one of the reasons why we see, one of the reasons why we see such sharp downside moves in the indices is, the indices are scared. They're nervous. You've got the dollar just kind of sitting. You got gold screaming higher, silver screaming higher. Gold's got another $100 in it before the swing is complete, up to like 43, 44, so 43.50.
Yep.
And silver's got another almost $1 in it too, up to $53.75. So once we get up there, then I think we start to see, some follow through either in the indices, either with it or against it. I don't know. It's an incredibly interesting trading tape. If you're just looking for trades, you're going to catch big swings. If you're looking to build positions, you're kind of taking your life in your hands, I think.
Yeah, and Jimmy, back to you. We went from positive gamma for a long period of time, then we went to like neutral negative gamma, and we've been talking about that each and every morning. And I think that's such an important part of understanding market environment, which we try to build here every morning. And we're still in neutral to negative gamma, and but you have a market that's as strong as it is.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's you have this anticipation that something might happen, but it's not, right? It's just buying dips, buying dips, buying dips. Money, it's money on. Everything is green. Everyone's invested in something right now. There is no risk off in sight. And then when you see bonds up like it is, you're like, okay, we have 118 handle bonds. Maybe we'll end up at 119 handle bonds and the Treasury bonds, and we'll be at 4.5%. What's going on? Why is everything so positive? And as money is flowing into these markets, the only flag on the field is the Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a little bit stuck in the mud right now, but it's going to come back too.
That's because I added to it last week, Jimmy. I mean, let's be honest. I'm sorry, Bitcoin hodlers. I bought it.
I think that's also kind of bullish for the equities because dip buyers are getting rewarded and rip sellers are getting rewarded. That's the dangerous part about the indices is that everybody's getting a little bit of something, and so somebody's going to get whacked. To your point earlier, Ant. But I think last week the liquidation that we saw in Bitcoin and some of the altcoins is ultimately a little bit of a bullish signal for the indices. Kind of at least in my opinion, a little bit of a margin raise. Sell some Bitcoin when you still have some in it, buy some stocks. Maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea. But the fact that both the indices kept trading down to their quarterly pivots, the S&P at 66.58 and the NASDAQ at 24,568, and then bounced how hard they bounced every time we've gone down there. I don't know. I still think we're going to rally going into the end of the year. Paul Tudor Jones did a piece on CNBC last week where he talked about this, reminding him of 1999. And if you put up a daily chart, the ranges are not that big, but the fact that we just keep going and every dip is bought, is certainly indicative of that. And now, one of the things that I pointed out to my group too, pretty descriptively or detailed, is one of the signs of a 99 kind of a rally is extreme volatility. If you remember, we had the first week of 2000, we went the S&P.
I remember it vividly, actually.
I do too. We broke 15% in the first week of the year. I remember it vividly because no other big trader was in the pit, and I got everything. It was a tremendously profitable week for me. But that's the kind of that's the kind of trade that we can expect going into the end of the year with these dips being bought, and I think the S&P can trade up to 69.80, and then we're going to start to see some downside volatility, going into the beginning of the year, whenever that is. And now, again, as I said on Twitter, that's my guess. It's my opinion. I don't trade my guesses or my opinion. I'll trade what the market has for me. I'll trade what's in front of me. I'll manage my expenses, manage my risk, and I'll trade the swings that the market gives me.
But we're above your quarterly pivot of 66.58.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what's the next big level? Is it all the way up in the 6,900?
69.80.
69.80.
There's some swing levels in between it.
But those are the two big levels.
Yeah. So that's the market magnet. You got 67.25, which we're above now, and then 67.25 takes us to 67.80, then 68.38, but we stopped at 68.20 last week, I think. 68.11 or 68.12. That's the high, 68.12. So 68.38 and then 69.80. And that I think is the ultimate goal of the market. If we can get above that, we can parabolically shoot up to $73 or 7,300.
I mean, again, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. One of the things I talked about this morning, Jimmy, is, I've always been someone who's pretty technical, but I've always looked at themes. I look at nuance, as Paxson, I mentor, Ira talks about context and nuance, and I've always looked at things. I've always looked at the market and say, what's something I've seen repeat? What's something that deja vu? What's similar? What's interesting about years like this is that when you have a sell-off early and you have a market that goes bid, and you look at gold, a market that's been bid all year, almost, I would say, I'm not sure I ever remember a time, maybe one time I think I can remember in the 30 years, I've been in this business where the whole year was either given back at the end of the year, right? Typically those themes for the year stay and they almost get chased into the end of the year, or at worst, it's a consolidation. I mean, is that something that you look at and kind of look at this year and go, looking for that pullback? If you just look at just historically, doesn't really happen.
It doesn't. I mean, and we have a lot of uncertainty, but a lot of things that are certain. I mean, if you look at the FOMC as an example, we have a couple meetings coming up. Across the board, everyone's baking, 25 bip cut into the marketplace. That's a primary driver. We know what tariffs have done, right? These tariff wars have caused some volatility, but at the end of the day, do the markets really care? So I don't have that same anticipation this year.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about us getting into the negative gamma, which is, everyone talks about this is going to be seasonally a little bit more of a bearish period. We had that 1 day sell off. And, Paxton, that's the hardest thing, I think, for me when I look at it, because it's like, it didn't trade like that years ago, right? I mean, years ago and even way back, but just even say a year, 2, 3, it's hard to, time goes by so fast, buddy, doesn't it?
It does.
But it's like I don't remember a market where we've had a bull market like this, where we've just had every single down move is 1 day. And that's what it seems like.
Yeah.
I look at the daily and it's like, I mean, and so what are your thoughts on that? Because it's like, you've had some shorts on and then you're covering them. I mean, that's the number one thing, discipline. You're staying with it. If it's not working, you're blowing out of them, or you had some big winners in, and then making sure on that Sunday night open, I know you talked about getting out, but mentally, how are you adapting to this is something I've not seen?
We've got to go back to 2013 or 14 when every day was up, but the ranges were smaller. But if you want to see this sort of volatility, you got to go back to 99 or 2000 when we just rallied. But yeah, every dip is bought. Literally every dip is bought, and that scares me, because ultimately, when the dips are not bought, people look. I hate going back to this history, but it's important. In 1999, the Nasdaq made a high of 4882, and in 2 years, that was in March of 2000. In 2 years, October of 02, we made a low of 784. That's a difference of 85%. Super rich people bought that. Remember that it was a tech revolution. Now we're in the AI revolution. Super rich people went broke by buying them all the way down. They bought that dip. We didn't see that price for 17 years. It took us until 2017 to achieve 4882 again, and 7 years of financial repression and trillions of dollars in stimulus and QE. So who knows what kind of bubble we're looking at. Now, in the meanwhile, until that happens, every dip is bought, and you have to trade the market that's in front of us, not the market that you think it's going to be, or that you hope it's going to be, or that your charts tell you it's going to be, but trade what it is. Merritt took that line and kind of adapted it to trade what is. Trade what is. It's a great way of shortening it up. Trade what is. So right now, every dip is bought as long as you pick your spots and you can define your risk. Another thing that a shared mentor taught us, Mickey Hoffman, know your outs before you take a trade. You have to know where you're going to get out for an expense or a loss, and you have to know where you're going to get out for a profit. So if you're buying them down here and you're getting rewarded for it, you better know where you're going to get out, because when you're wrong, you're going to be wrong, and it's going to be wrong fast. It's going to be furious. It's going to be ugly. Whether it's January, February, March, or whether it's 2 years from now, you're going to be wrong, and it's going to be tough. So we as long as we, I talk about this all the time. For traders, we have to manage our emotions, our spirit, and our body. As long as you're banking spiritual capital, emotional capital, and physical capital by working out, and just praying and meditating, and you're on top of your game, as long as you're on top of your emotions, and then you have a process that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable, and you manage your expenses, you will always be okay. But if you veer from that sort of stuff and you start gambling and taking chances, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble eventually. But yeah, this market.
By the way,
lower.
I knew Pax was fit, but not this fit. I mean, you got to admit, though. You got to admit, he's.
Listen, no doubt. I mean, look he does leg day 3 days a week.
Twice.
Oh man, that's cool.
Yeah, no, he's.
Jimmy's a lot taller than what I thought. Yeah, it's like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for Italians.
I'm a giant among my people.
He is. Yeah.
Man, oh man. But Deli, one thing we didn't talk about. I've been looking at this copper market for nonstop, and we've had this step up kind of pattern after that big rout that we had. And right now, though, we've kind of hit a ceiling. We're below $5 right now. We're tracking 4.94 approximately, and as a measure of the global economy, what's really going on behind the scenes. So it's an important kind of thing. And if this is just a regular retracement we're seeing right now on the daily chart, so be it. But I'm not so sure. I thought we were going to drive back up to those highs that we saw all the way back before that big crash. Right? What was that day? Let me pull it up. On July 30th, we were tracking $5.82. And then we had that big, huge disaster, big break. And I thought, well, we're going to get back up there again. It's just a matter of time, And we haven't been able to get back up there again. So this is kind of a gauge for me right now. I know there's stuff going on with China and it's going to matter, but it's still a good indicator for me to kind of be like, all right, is the floor going to fall out in the equity world, or is something bad going to happen in the bond world? I'm going to keep my eye on the copper.
That's an interesting looking chart. What's that low right there? No, the recent low.
This one?
I think the 9th, or the 10th.
4.82.
Yeah, that would be the spot to maybe to buy a dip. If you're going to buy a dip, that's the spot to do it with the stop not far below it.
Yeah, that's right at the 50 EMA too. Perfect.
Yep. I want to talk both of you guys about gold a little bit. It's the trade that keeps on giving and everyone keeps on questioning, right? And it's the most dominant trend of this year. It is the story of this year. I don't care. Anyone can talk about what's happened in equities. The story this year, in my opinion, is gold.
Yeah.
Quarterly pivot packs. You and I talked about this 2 weeks ago. Was that what, like 38 something?
37.75.
37.75, and then you're like, if that holds, 4,400 or whatever that.
Yeah,
I mean,
4,350 to 4,400, and we're almost there.
Yeah.
Gold has been. I think it's a story of the decade. Certainly I think it's I don't own one share of stock. I got out of everything, even in my long-term accounts, but I own gold, and I own a lot of gold. And it's been great. The swing completes at 43.50, 44. Now, I don't think that's the high. I think we go a lot higher than that, but the swing completes down here, and then we'll look for another spot to buy them. The other day when gold sold off, last week, I think, down to 39.60. I tweeted about that live. We were trading at 39.70, 39.80. The target was going to be 39.60, and that's a spot to buy them. That was a dip to buy, and now we're back up above 30, above. I don't know where are we? 42.80.
Yeah, 42.54.
42.54. I wouldn't want to buy them here, but 39.60 was sure a great buy with the stop just below it. Maybe a $10, $15 stop for a long-term swing, not for not for a right or right out opening range trade, but for a long-term swing. Just a great market. Silver too. We talked about silver and the Hunt Brothers high of $50.36, and then the 2011 high of 49. I can't remember 49.40 or 49.50, and we took out that 49.50 level last week. Ran 14-year stops. That's when gold sold off, is when silver hit that, ran those 14-year stops, and then they sold off and turned around, and now silver is tracking up to 53.70 is where silver wants to go. But these are great markets to trade. People are making just
big money.
Yeah, and I just mean I mean funding company prop traders are making big money trading it.
Yeah.
And there are traders in my group that are trading it pretty exclusively and just making like
for 1 day moves.
Yeah,
It's not.
Yeah.
People always look at it and go, well, if you're swing trading, how long are you holding trades? I'm like, well, price gets me in and price gets me out. And when you have 100-point moves in the S&P, a swing it could be an hour, it could be a day. And now that when it gets really tight, I just tend to do less because there's not as much opportunity for me. But I think one of the things that when you are trading metals, everybody, number one, remember there's micros. Number two, if you have and there's 1 ounce in gold.
Yeah.
That's right, Jimmy.
Yeah.
And when you're trading these products, and I talked about this earlier with Craig and Shai, these are not equity indexes where you can kind of rotate and fade them. Like you could almost come in. I remember like Eddie Bockel in the S&P. He would sell every rally, remember?
Yeah.
And he would make millions of dollars because they'd rotate.
Mm-hmm.
These markets are not like that. When you're trading a commodity, a precious metal, there is supply and demand that supersedes everything you're looking at the charts. I just do not even care what your technical is in terms of a primary trend in commodities like cattle. Like if you're trying to use technicals for that,
you
good luck, buddy.
Yeah.
But the point of it is that when you have a primary trend like that, you use your short-term technicals to find ways to participate in that trend.
Right.
Don't keep looking for ways to fade it.
Yeah, Sarah, Sunday night, that was great. If you guys haven't seen that Sunday night preparation show that we did last Sunday, Sarah had some great entries in gold.
The strat.
The strat,
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Well, it's breakout stuff. It's the
Yeah.
same sort of stuff that we all traded, but Rob and then Sarah, perpetuated it. But it was really good because it gives you really good short-term entry prices. And I think we were trading around 40, 50, 40, 60 on that show. And she had, or maybe 41, because we had whatever it was, 4080 what was it? Sunday night. This is
Sunday
just
night.
past Sunday night.
He won't let this go until we tell him, Jimmy.
I know, it'll
He
be in my
hates it.
mind.
If he can't remember one price, he's
It'll drive me nuts.
So Sunday night.
Yeah, it was
What day
4036.
is it today? Yeah.
And the all-time high was 4081. And she had a buy, Sarah had a buy at 4036 and then another buy at 4065 with profit taking at 4077 and adding above the all-time high. We're $2.50 away from that. If I was actually paying attention to that initial, I would have taken it to that initial entry at 4036. It was really good. It was just, they're outside reversals on the short term, 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute kind of stuff. And it was a great entry. And I mean, we're $2.50 away. So if you want to day trade this, you either trade it from the opening range standpoint or you trade it from the strat standpoint, and you're going to be on the right side of the market, not fading it, not running in front of a running freight train saying, that's it, you're not going any higher, I'm selling you here. And all of a sudden you're driving Uber.
Couple things, everybody. Remember when Pax announced his opening range indicator? We have it. It's here.
Yeah.
Let's put the link in the chat. Go and download that. Top 2 indicators that are downloaded at NinjaTrader Live. Pax's opening range indicator, number 1. Number 2 is Sarah Strat. And again, because it's clear, concise, people can manage their risk, and it helps any strategy that you're trading. So you can go and download those. Production will put those links in the chat. Pax, let's talk about today. We're about 5-6 minutes before we bring the guys in. I want to get into a little bit of inside the daily candle. We know your big quarterly pivot levels. Let's talk some S&P levels coming into today. What are we looking at?
Today, where are we at? We're at 67.44. So we're above 67 quarter. On that break last Friday, 67 quarter and 67 half were really, really good levels. They were clean on the way down. When we got through 67 half, then we were trading at 67 quarter pretty quickly. So I suspect 67 quarter is going to be pivotal today. If we make it down there and you guys are dip buyers, that would be a spot to take a small long and start to try to build a position on the upside with risk right behind it. There's two kinds of stops, right? There's going to be stops where you're going to reverse your, at least in my mind, there's going to be stops where you're going to get out and reverse, or stops where you want them right at your risk, because you can reverse. So 67 quarter is going to be your risk. That's where you want to get long as close to that as possible. Take profit at 67 half, and then look for those 15 handle swings above 67 half. The scene of this crime, where we broke from last, I shouldn't call it that, but where we broke from Friday, the opening range was 67.85 to 67.89. So if we get back above there, then we'll be trading 68.12, the all-time high, pretty quickly. And then it becomes the swing level of 68.38 and then the macro zone of 69.80. And ultimately that's where the market wants to go, is 69.80. And then it's going to make up its mind.
I always look for areas where you and I are aligned with our levels. And 67.20-ish, 22 for me is a big level. Mm-hmm. And they keep flirting with it. We're now starting to get above daily moving averages. I look at Bollinger Bands are flat. We're above your quarterly pivot. Like, I check my boxes and I look at it. Dollar down, equities up today. Careful fading this today, folks. Yeah. I can't say it enough. It's just one of those things where it's like, and you have bonds up again, rates down. Again, the question whether or not bonds are up for good reasons or not, it kind of doesn't matter right now. Don't think too much about it. Yeah. This is a sweet spot for equities. Jimmy, what do you think?
I mean, I'm looking at some interesting levels too. I mean, you got JAX 1 at 67.50. We're almost there. We're trying to make new highs as we speak. You have a 0DT.
I like when like when the JAX 1 levels and my levels always match up.
Yeah.
So that just makes 67.
It's magical, right?
Yeah.
It's because those are really important levels. And they got the 0 DTE call resistance to gamma wall right above that at 55. And the number I like the most from the Mentor Q guys are these 1-day maxes and 1-day mins. And when you get these trend days, I always look for those. So we got one of those at 67.80 on the upside. And then above that, the major call resistance levels at 6,800 even. So there are some really good upside targets if you're kind of leaning into some of these gamma levels and then that 1-day max level.
Yeah. So above really about the 67.50 to 55 area puts in 67.80 into play. Below 67.25-ish today, Pax. Does that change anything for you? Let me see. Yesterday's opening range. Well, yeah, you're right. That was yesterday's opening range right there.
Yesterday's are too, yeah.
And Jax 2 is there.
Okay, so that we again, and that's my level as well that I look at on my daily stuff. Below there, what are you guys looking at?
Back to the quarterly pivot, 66.58.
So if it does start to break there, you do get a little concerned
Yeah.
that the rally could stall.
Well, I mean, intraday anyway.
Yeah.
At least back down there,
today.
and that's where you want to be. And underneath 66, we get 2 closes below 66.58. We'll be trading much lower, but we need 2 closes below it.
You said 58, right?
66.58. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, yesterday's low, Pax. I mean,
Right to it. Yeah.
Right to it.
And it was interesting because we had a 34 handle. We had a 34 handle rally out of the opening range. I don't remember what the high was, but it was 34 points, and then came down through the opening range. And what the market does on the upside intraday, the market will do on the downside, and it will do so in equal measure. So we did a 34 handle rally, came back to the opening range, and then you get, I call it getting fancy. You sell the top of the opening range, you sell the bottom of the opening range. So now you just doubled your size with your risk the same because your stops are at entry. So you've doubled your size with the risk of a regular opening range trade. Because now we're looking for 34 points underneath there. So we got that, and then we got the equal measured swing underneath. I wasn't trading yesterday. I was in the airport, so I don't know what those levels were specifically. But those 2 swings, 34 points lower, took us right to 66.58. So 66.58, the quarterly pivot, is where you flatten up your shorts and you get long. That's the only spot ever that I would fade an opening range trade. That's the only spot that I would consider. I'm not a good reversal trader, but the traders in my group will. They'll get long. I'll consider getting long. I'll talk about getting long. I'll watch the long happen, and then I'll wait for 67.25 to get long.
And you say you're in the airport, and all I can think about is Jimmy. You see Pax walking through the airport. It's like Larry David, walking through, going, "Hey, how are you? Good, nice to see you."
I talked to these.
He's talking to everybody.
I talked to these 2 little ladies behind the help desk for 30 minutes, waiting.
Oh, of course he did.
Oh, my God.
They
Of course they did.
cracking up. They were cracking up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure,
my
yeah.
My wife sent me a text saying yesterday. My wife sent me a text saying I'm terrified. It was like an Instagram that she sent me. I'm terrified that the emergency contact on my phone doesn't know his own doctor's name, doesn't know the kid's doctor's names, don't know anything.
What happened?
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, right. That. And I had those 2 old ladies cracking up. I showed them that. They laughed.
I didn't know you had to walk through there to get to a private jet. I thought you had your special entrance.
I couldn't figure out where my car was.
Oh.
I thought Ninja sent me a car, nothing.
Oh, yeah. I know. He texts me. He goes, "I thought you picked me up." Oh, my God. All right. Well, we're about that time, guys, where we're going to be bringing in the boys to trade the open. But before we get to that, everybody hit like and subscribe to the show. We appreciate all of you. Like we said, we passed 150K. We've been doing nothing but giveaways. It's been a total blast, and really so thankful for all of you helping us get to that point. What I want to talk about is the Arena Cup coming up. Now, here's the thing. Something we've been doing here at Ninja Trader, we've been doing these arena challenges, and they've been massively successful. Traders on Ninja Trader Live love them. Traders participating in them love them. And it's an opportunity to win real money, right? I mean, that's the key. Is you come in and you've got these 3 qualifiers. You're going to have a chance to win cash prizes in Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, or Qualifier 3. Now, one thing we ask is that Qualifier 1 is already full, so they're filling up quickly. Qualifier 2, if you sign up for Qualifier 2, don't automatically go and sign up for Qualifier 3. Do one at a time to make enough room for everybody else. And don't worry, if you're confident in yourself and you compete in the first qualifier, you're going to get through it, right? Show some confidence. Come in, sign up for Qualifier 2, which is coming up on the 27th. And what a lineup that's going to be. You're going to have, we got Leo in that one, I think XY, Market, Mommy, who will be new to the network. We've got Kane is in that one. We've got Carmine Rosato, who's also going to be new to the network in there. And I know I'm missing somebody else in there. But again, going to be a great show. PAX is going to be in qualifier 3. You can't miss that one. I mean, that's the one that's now that one's opening up, everyone's going to be in a big hurry to go into qualifier 3 to see PAX with that. But yeah, everybody go in and sign up. And then remember, if you make it through the qualifying rounds, in the final round, you have a chance to win $100. Yeah. He goes, if I can't swing trade in this, why am I doing it?
3-lot micros. What do you want me to do with 3-lot micros?
I trade minis, not micros. I know, PAX, but this is a competition. He goes, I'm
in.
All right.
It'll be a blast. I'm looking forward to it.
So who's in number 1 is going to be Jade Cap, also new to the network. He's going to be on with us regularly going forward, so you may know who Jade Cap is. And then we've got Tanya's in number 1. We've got Selma, who's also new to the network, who's great. Lumi Trades is also newer to the network. We'll be seeing more of all of them in there. And then, of course, the Ninja Trader Live favorite, Stowe, is in number 1.
Yeah,
Our
baby.
boy. God, we just love Stowe. So I'm sure I'm missing someone else.
I
in
got
there
to meet
too.
him last night and hang out with him. He is as cool offline
He
as
really
he
is.
online.
He really
He's
is.
just a genuinely great guy. Love
King
that
of the
guy.
King of the Modelos.
If you're not happy before you meet him, you're going to be happy.
Oh, that's
after you meet him.
100% right. That's a great way of putting it.
Well, what do you drink, Stowe? Well, beer.
King of the Modelos.
Yeah, I know. That was a great time. This was a great time. And the festivities are just beginning, boys.
Oh, yeah. It'll be
Festivities
fun.
are just beginning. So that does it for you guys with me today. Until later, of course. Pax and I, when we're going to hang out midday, we've got everybody coming into the studio. So you check out social later. Everyone's coming into the studio. We're going to have 25 people in here. It's crazy, you know. And then we've got a poolside dinner tonight. French Polynesian food.
What is that?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say the same thing.
Me and Jimmy are going to go find a plate of
Is there
pasta.
going to be
just sit
lasagna
there.
or what?
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Pictures. We're gonna be up there looking out in the water into Naples. Weather is perfect. Of course, tomorrow morning we've got golf. We're gonna have a few of us playing golf. We got Jared Tendler's in town too. That's right. Jared's gonna be here. So many
Plus
people.
one. He's a plus
And
one.
he's a plus one.
I'm
I'm playing
so
with him
glad
and-
I'm not playing.
I'm playing with him and Tanya tomorrow, and then after that, then we've got racket sports. We've got our tennis pros at my club. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna play tennis, pickleball, outdoor lunch, and then at night we've got a 5-course dinner, hand rolled cigars coming.
Oh, nice.
Whiskey station.
Wait-
I know how to throw a party.
Wait till you
I
see-
might have thrown a few of these.
Wait till you see Kegs tomorrow on the pickleball court. Black socks.
Oh, for sure. I know.
Bermuda Schwartz.
I know, totally.
I might have to borrow your Ferragamos for that. I don't know.
Oh, I wanted to play golf with him. We're not playing golf, but I wanted to do so bad because I tell him he looks like Uncle Junior's son. I wanted to be like, I was waiting for the moment to be like, Uncle June's in the muff. I mean the rough. I wanted to do it so bad.
I knew you were going there. That's hilarious.
It was coming. And he would have been like, what do you
He
say?
set that up last year, probably. When he
Yeah.
first went.
He's been writing that.
He's writing it
Oh,
up.
listen, I'm just telling you. That's
No, I don't like it
well,
that way. I gotta. That's just great.
It didn't happen, but you know, and of course, I will be doing a little bit of a toast, and it might be a little bit of a roast.
Yeah.
with
Oh, no.
everybody. So
That'll be fun.
look forward to that. Everyone, again, hit like and subscribe. Appreciate all of you, guys. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right, everybody. And they're going to still, yeah. Well, here we go. Interesting day here on Ninja Trader Live. We passed the 150K mark. We've got the Arena Cup coming up. Now we've got everybody into town. And really, it's all because of everybody that's here through this little screen that I look at every single day. When I came here to Ninja Trader and started the revamp of Ninja Trader Live, the goal was people, community, bringing people together. This business has always been about people, at least from my perspective, because I started in a business where it was all about people, where we were in the pits, we were surrounded by people. You got to look people in the eye, have discussions, talk about markets. And hopefully we're bringing that to you each and every day here on Ninja Trader Live, and there's going to be a lot more of it. This is the one party where everyone on the Ninja Trader Live crew is going to be together, but look for more of it where we're going to bring all of you into it as well. So I couldn't be more excited about where we are and where we're headed. Brings me to next, 2 guys that I'm excited to meet in person later today, 2 guys that are really, I got to tell you, these 2 guys are studs. I mean, you guys watching these guys trade live, they are good. It's time to trade the open with Christian and XYZ. What up?
Yo, yo. Yo, what's this swag right here? Yeah, see that?
That's right. Look at. Oh, that's right, baby. I know. I got mine on. I told everyone in chat, get ready. We're gonna have a whole lot more
right here.
swag coming. Kane's look at Kane's got FOMO. He's in here. He's going. Are they in the same hotel room? Kane wants to be in there too. He wants to be in there with you guys. All of a sudden, if I see Kane pop his, hello, Miss Lady.
We may or may have not cuddled last night.
Hey, you guys are all up early. I see Nick. I would
Yeah.
still be sleeping
I mean-
if I were you guys.
I know. Earlier in here, you guys. I don't know if you guys saw Craig. He had a Snuggie on. We didn't give that to him. He literally came in this morning with a full-blown Snuggie on. You're gonna have to go back and rewind the tape if you didn't see that. It was pretty funny. Yeah. So here we are, boys. Thank you guys so much for doing this from the hotel room. How's Florida so far?
Not as
We
good
haven't
as
really
I-
experienced
as
it.
I thought
It took
it'd
us
be.
all day flying. Would you say, X?
And what'd you? Yeah.
I said it's not as humid as I thought it'd be, which is good.
Yeah,
that
we're
too.
known for humid weather. It recently broke, and again, I kind of set this up so hopefully with the weather would break at this time. So excited to have you guys here. And again, thank you guys for trading from your hotel rooms today because we could not have a session while we were all down here, and really two of the best that I have seen on this network and what you guys do in terms of your execution and each and every week. You guys, I might be sometimes following along with what you guys are doing. I don't day trade much, but when I see you two guys on, I might be piggybacking a little bit. Let's take a look at what's happening today. Maybe we start with you, XY. It's interesting because we never have you this early. I'm kind of curious, what is your market prep telling you for today?
Well, volume is still going up for me. We had that day last week where, everything was looking real spooky. Everyone was screaming bloody murder, and we had the gap up. And ever since the gap up, we've just been trading back into that whole range. They can't extend downside. They did try once. It led to higher prices, a higher hold, and now volume is still just transacting higher. So unless things change and we see interest going lower, I'm looking for longs.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if XY and Chris are looking for longs, don't be fading these boys. I'm curious to see what Chris is looking for. Chris, we talked about this the other day with you. When it comes to trading primary trend, I think your strategy resonates with everybody the most because it's one of those things where there's nothing about your charts. Like we look at XY's charts and some of the other people in here. It's a little bit different than what they have set up, and so they've got some different things going on. You use the basic charts, you're using simple moving averages, and you find ways to participate in these trends. And I love that because, again, every person can see it and do it. They can pick it up just like that. What are you seeing coming into the morning today?
yeah. So yesterday, I'll show the 4-hour here. We were consolidating. We were in what I like to call a boxception, a box within a box, and we broke out of that yesterday in the pre-market. Had that strong push, both in ES and NQ, and then from those highs, we just sold off. That sell-off was right from Friday's breakdown in ES. You can see we sort of tested that, just immediate rejection. For NQ, not exactly Friday's breakdown up here at 240s or 260s, I should say, but we did hit this 110s, 120s resistance, sold back down, immediately got back up the rest of the night, I should say. And then we are attempting a new breakout above this 970s, 980s, and we're coming back into that area. If, obviously because of that strong resistance, we have to chew through that supply. If we cannot do that at the moment, we can come back down to this breakout area. But as long as that breakout area holds, if it holds this time, it'll be a change of character, and I can start looking for longs to higher prices, maybe eventually back to 240s. If the breakout fails, we go back down to 800s. On the hourly, finish here. So here's my morning plan. We had a little consolidation here, this 50 EMA wedge that led to a new hourly 9 MA uptrend. This hourly 9 MA uptrend is good until, I'm sort of waiting for us to hit prior day high, see if we can take that out and then reverse back down. But if we cannot and we pull back into this 25,030 area for support, or we can do a full back test of that breakout at 950s. But as long as we can hold this time, it'll definitely be a change in character. And then we can start to look for some acceptance up here at this resistance, and then look for that 260s move, which, it's a strong possibility if we can hold up here. If we fail the breakout at 960s, then we go back down to 800. So it's a little bit straightforward for me. We might be stuck between support and resistance today as we negotiate this supply that we're at.
Yeah, I mean, we were all talking this morning about the 67.20 to 25 area is key, and then Pax and Jimmy talked about 67.50 to 67.55. And again, when I look at it from just my little bit of a bigger picture time frame, I think this area is going to be a little bit of back and forth, but ultimately leaning more towards bullish because of this tape that we've seen. Dollar down, everything is up, and you get a lot of people trying to fade it because everyone's like, well, gold is up again. Bonds are up again. They can't be good. Everyone's worried about what that means, and you get a little bit of back and forth in equities. But if it starts to hold, or if the sellers just don't make any progress, it goes back to the kind of that grind up. Again, we'll be watching. I love how XY came in and just said, hey, what's your prep? He's like, I'm looking to buy dips. He's like, let's go, baby. Ring that bell. All right, boys. I can't wait to see you guys later. Again, thank you guys so much for doing this while you're in town with us, and I'll see you soon.
See you.
Sounds good. See you.
It's crazy how, in just a few hours, we're going to be seeing everybody.
Yeah. Morning, chat. Hey, we may or may not be in the same room, okay? We'll leave that up to your imagination.
Yeah, I might just get off my seat and then Chris will sit right here.
GM. Hey, Jim.
Oh, yeah, this is the hotel robe. As soon as I got in, I saw my outfit. I was like, I know what I'm wearing.
Yeah, he wouldn't sleep with it.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty nice. Dude, I I woke up. All right, guys, so I'm here because I'm on Eastern time. It's much easier to do so. I woke up at like 7 and I'm like, dude, I gotta get up. We're going on soon. And it wasn't until like 20 minutes later, I was like, no, we're not. No, we're not. I need to get back to bed. And then I had a hard time getting back to sleep. And so it was all bad for a bit. But I'm here now, guys. Motel 6 robe is a dead giveaway. How's the audio, by the way? I don't know what my
Hey, I
audio
hear
is
you
like.
fine.
Yeah. Yeah, my high time frame is looking. So I'm on a laptop and I couldn't really get much on it. So if you guys are looking at my charts, it's pretty bare. I don't have MGI. I don't have a DOM with me. So we're gonna do what we can with what we have. I have these daily profiles at least. I don't have my rolling, but yeah, if you look at the POCs after that liquidation day, the key spots in each session are ending in tapers and then building upside. We're currently seeing the same thing. This high volume area, they are now building above it, and they didn't really spend too much time at this spot. So I am speculating that we're probably going to see the same. It's going to keep going higher. Yeah, like where Chris said, 240s. I'm looking at around 250, 260s is very likely going to provide an offer. Um, Whether it's an offer that can turn the market, we don't know. I'm not really looking that far ahead, but because this is where all of the madness happened, first time back, you're likely going to see an offer. But for now, just like Chris, we're going to see if we can target filling this low volume spot all the way through into the 250s. And yeah, we'll see what the market does. I don't have a DOM, so we're gonna We're gonna do some trend lining and stuff.
Just
No, I'm
vibe it
just kidding.
out.
Yeah, we're gonna vibe it out, guys. We're gonna definitely gonna vibe it out. And then if I end up red on the day, I'm just gonna be super salty for the rest of this trip. I'm like not gonna talk to anybody. Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
Flight was good. I didn't mind. I don't XY.
Chris and I flew in together.
Yeah.
I was just like, I hate this. I hate all of it. I tried to so at LAX I bumped into Chris and I saw the line for the desk and I was like, I don't even think I'm gonna try to upgrade anymore because this line is so long. I'm just gonna go through TSA. So I didn't get to upgrade. It was a packed flight though, so
Yeah.
put some Bollinger Bands. And Delhi would love to see that. Nah, we flew United. There's a lot of people on in the morning, the really early morning.
Yeah. We have a good turnout. Morning, all of you.
Is this XYZ AI? Kane, when are you gonna start driving down, man? Prove it, Alex. Leave it when I see it. Samuel Ramos. It absolutely helps me a lot. Yeah. I think there's a component of trading that most people don't really pay attention to. It's like you can analyze the market, right? You can look to execute, but there's also the additional layer that is the confidence to execute. So I can see things confirming in other ways. It could be price action, it could be wicks, it could be this, it could be that. But with the DOM, I have a lot more confidence to just hit the trade. And I think that has a lot of value that people don't realize. You guys need an input that you are very confident in, that you can really trust, so that you can hit the trade, not be fearful about things, and let the
Yep.
edge play out. Yeah, for me, it's the DOM. Just seeing it, I guess, quite literally for what it is, helps me to hit the trade. Whereas a lot of people don't need it, right? They can see a candle closure, they can see this and this, and that's their input. Everyone needs that
Baby,
input
break my
that's like, yeah, this is speaking to me and it's giving me the confidence to hit the trade. So it's no longer so speculative based on just analysis. There is some real-time information uh, that you can put risk on with. Yeah, short life hacks. That jet was full.
So I'm interested in a short up here before longs, only because we're into that big sell from yesterday, but kind of wanted prior day high to be taken out in AQ.
Yeah, they are trending down a little bit right now, heading back into the volume.
So we'll see if we can push up a little bit more. If not, it might have already been triggered.
¿Qué harías si te dijera que no necesitas?
Oh, you don't have the 9MA in there? What's going on?
No, I got it off screen right here. I got the 9. I got my squiggly line. My VWAP. Yeah, I'll see we can get some scalps off of volume profile structure. I'm cool with that. I'm not looking to go too crazy right now. Smaller size, some scalps.
So my setup
Why not trade
triggered.
micros? Are you looking to get in before market open right now?
I was, but it triggered as I was sort of creating my trade plan, so I missed it. So I'm kind of looking to see if we push up a little bit higher. Like this is the area. I mean, this is the area that I wanted to short yesterday. We had a big sell-off. Well, ES is still a little bit below that, into the 60s. But I mean, I'll look for longs with you if we pull back into the breakout area, either at 960s. What do you see? I have something at 960s that I like, and then also this 25,000 sort of, well, obviously 25,000, big level, but there's some support at 25,030.
I think yeah, 950s. For me, it'd be like the 950s to the maybe the 930s would be ideal. Obviously, right under is going to be that swing. What I generally do is when it gets to the area, I'm going to wait for a lack of continuation. So if we're grinding into this spot, for me, it's not like, hey, we're here, I got to make a move. I would need to see a failed attempt to make another low. So in simpler terms, it would be a higher low. It would essentially look like a higher low with some tapered order flow or maybe stuck order flow. It would need to be some kind of sequence like that, but I like this spot in the 950s to 40s, 30s because this is that volume that most
Yeah,
recently built,
I see
tried to
that.
push downside and they just got stuck with the market building higher. It would be cool if we got the opportunity to start filling in this range right here, this empty volume. Um,
Above?
yeah, from like I would say the 110s up to like the 250s, 240s. Yeah, we'll see. The Globex profile is, I wouldn't say it's balanced, but wouldn't be surprised if they start working lower first, like you said, and see what we can get.
We are stepping into, or we are inside first week of October's range. So we took a peek inside yesterday. We sold off, and then we're back in it today. So I am, a part of the thesis for longs is if we find acceptance here this time, then we can traverse to the other side of that range, which I have 180s, and then obviously that 260s area. But I mean, I feel like we're stuck between support and resistance, like in a
Yeah,
tight
we
area.
are. We are. There's a lack of build up here when price fell back down, and now they're just building it out, which is, I would say, is not bearish. Um, they're definitely finding acceptance within a range that recently found no acceptance that pushed downside. So now that
Yeah.
they're back into it and they're building it out, to me, this is acceptance. And if they're gonna keep chewing away at the supply, likely there will be no supply left, and they will continue to march upwards. And if the market does start falling back lower, then you can start to speculate, okay, this supply is still here, and then you can see if the bid even shows up to try to hold it anywhere. So yeah, a lot of things can happen. Hopefully it's things happening and not nothing. Um, yeah, this is very interesting here. SL Hunter, yeah, you got to be trading December contracts right now.
Yeah, it continues being weak. That was a good short up there. Some of you guys maybe took that.
Steve, yeah, I'm on a laptop that I
You're
don't
traveling
really,
right now.
yeah, we're out in Naples, so I don't really have, look, if you look at my chart, it's very unlike what I have. It's all I have is a volume profile. Hey, we'll make it work though. We'll make it work. Short life, they're trying to sell you like two-tone Daytonas or something. Did y'all move?
We moved in together, guys.
I mean, you guys should know something's up when I'm up this early. No VWAP bands? Yeah, that's not me. That's Stowe. Stowe's Mr. VWAP bands. I just have VWAP, one squiggly yellow VWAP line.
Dude, I gotta tell you about it. Yesterday, last night, I was looking for food and everything closes at 9. So I ended up
I
ordering
heard a door
IHOP.
open right by me. Was that you leaving to get food?
Yeah, I ordered a veggie omelet from IHOP. But tell me why they delivered it to somewhere 6 miles away, and they're like, no, 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 we're in the right place. So I'm talking to support. It's like, no, I'm at here. I'm at this location. And then, well, we have to complete the order there because that's the address on file. So it was like an hour until I was able to get the food.
So they've gotten an address on file to a place you've never been before, huh?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I was just
And they
trying
said,
to get
well,
some
they
sleep.
said you either have to cancel it or complete the order. It's like, but you guys are not at the right place.
So that was just you. I just kept hearing like doors
I kept
walking
going in and
around. It's
out
like yeah,
because
you busting a solo mission.
yeah, it was. I didn't. I mean, it was like 1:30 until I really went to sleep.
Dude, I couldn't sleep till like 2, man. I was just laying here trying to sleep. I don't know why.
Yeah, I didn't really sleep well. We're in the retirement capital of the U.S.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I'm looking around like, dude, everyone here definitely has way more money than me.
Hola.
Pax, yeah, Pax, you went to bed early. What was it? Pax, Jim, Shy, we missed them. Who else? Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, and then they were saying, "Oh no, we're going to sleep." When we were coming in, we're going to bed, and then you just hear everybody giggling in the back.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't think they realized we could.
You guys are
It
not in
definitely
bed.
does not sound like they're in a room ready to go to bed. And then we get there and you can see I see Savannah behind a pillar. Like she's just trying to hide. She's behind the pillar. All right, market's about to open.
Look at that. Could have been a beautiful short, and then I would have just gone to the point, hung out with Jim.
Yeah, you would have just see someone asking what pizza rolls? Yeah, they don't have room service pizza rolls here, guys. I tried. Put in my request for some pizza rolls. Yeah, PAX gonna be awesome to meet everybody. It's weird. It's weird because it's like I feel like I already know you guys, so it'd just be like meeting up again, hanging out or something.
Pax, are we gonna hit the gym today or what?
You guys hitting the gym?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
I'd be down to hit the gym.
All right,
All
let's see what we
right.
get here. You guys hear those
Are those
alarms?
long signals?
I'm firing longs already.
Those buy signals you got?
Guys, I have alarms for every single stocks out there. You guys know me, I'm swing trading. Just too many opportunities in the market to not take advantage. Wonder how I can mute that,
I just got AirPods in.
like fast. Is it loud?
Yeah, I don't really care. It's up to chat. Dude, where is my volume profile?
All right, we're getting a good bounce here. We're into that first area of support, which I have as 25,030. So my ideal sort of pullback scenario is if we pull back here in ES sorry, NQ, here's the hourly. My idea scenario one was if we could push up into this 110s, maybe we see that, and we can pull back either to this previous 1 month's high, this purple line here, which we sort of are. And if we can hold, then we can push back up eventually. If now we come back and test the breakout at 950s, but I myself need acceptance at 110s in order to look for a sustainable move higher because of that strong sell-off from there yesterday. I will apologize for all these alarms. Maybe they're a little bit louder this time. Look at that. We just have such a strong market. Say that again. Let me see if I can turn them off.
Who's cooking and burning the food?
Okay, I turned them off. But if you guys hear them again, let me know.
Does anyone know how I can get this volume profile to do an RTH only?
ES is weaker. NQ's there's a lot of tech stocks gapping up, so we're seeing strength in NQ at the moment.
When I used to work at McD's. Go to your indicator saying
it
you
did
change
not
it to
turn off.
oranges.
Let me see. Let me see. We have a little bit of divergence here. Why are they still popping up?
I think I got it.
Okay, I think I was able to turn all of them off. Maybe tab. Oh, yep. It didn't sound. All right, we're good. All right, so not really doing anything. NQ's in a range here. ES is weaker.
Still looks pretty strong here. They're trying to hold this.
Yeah, NQ's doing a much better job. We have a tech meeting. Cyclicals are weak.
Yeah, it's so funny. All right, guys, chat. How do I make this volume profile just stay on the right of my scale here? Does anybody know?
All right, let's see what happens to ES as it's coming into my version of London low. I have different settings. But we do have some support here. NQ still holding. So let's say if ES can bounce. I don't know if that happened. All right, if ES can bounce, oh no, it continues lower. So then if we are not able to push through 110s and we go through a pullback in NQ, we'll see if we can get something actionable here. But so far, a whole lot of nothing. We're stuck inside this hourly range. We're in a 3 hours back to back here.
What a bit off of the 50s. Yeah, change right hand oriented. Yeah, I tried to. Okay, I see a lot in the chat. The profile is set to the right for me. It's not really working. Profile period composite first. Okay. I will try those things in just a second.
1 second.
I want to see what the market does here. I would have liked to get a bid in the 50s, but they just wicked right off to that. I hate when they do that. Everyone loves when price just taps key levels to the tick. I absolutely hate it. It's a composite. Okay.
All right, NQ is pretty flat here, so you're not missing anything.
Yeah. I wanted the bid in the 50s, but dude, they just tapped and went back, and I'm not gonna chase that. Can't chase that.
That's foul, Dr. Steve. But funny. Pretty flat here still. 10 minutes in. Oh,
Ready.
I mean, this is a breakout attempt in NQ. We just have to hold. We're also seeing a daily. Let me hide this here for a sec. We're seeing a daily 9 EMA reversal off the 50 EMA. So if we can break out through this area, we can push out into eventually prior week highs up here. See how we're attempting. We came down, we consolidated, and this is the potential breakout attempt. But in order to see that daily push higher, right? So if you're thinking of this multi-time frame sort of analysis and thesis, if on the daily we're seeing this possible daily 9 EMA reversal off support that can push up into prior week highs, then on the hourly up here, you'll need acceptance at 110s to see that move manifest. If not, we push back down and we'll stay inside the range. And you can see that we're just not unable to do that at the moment. NQ is rejecting, we're pushing back down, ES is coming back down. However, because we are in this range environment at the moment, there's always a good opportunity that we come back down to support, and well, if we come back low and come down low enough to support, and then look for an opportunity there.
Pax is short. Pax is short. Yeah, looks like it failed upside for now. Tapered into that again. All right, chat. I think I fixed volume profiles. I said, never mind. 25K even can provide something. If not, I think if we start getting traction below 25K, I'm going to maybe start to see if I can scalp shorts. I would like the market to hold for a chance to get into some empty volume still though. We do have some stuck volume in the 40s now. That's a good sign.
All right.
That's a good
Yes,
sign.
took out the tested monthly open and took out the London low. Again, I have different settings for London low and high, so just think of it as the Chris magic line.
Ooh, proprietary.
Proprietary. So if ES holds here, NQ is just only back testing this sort of 30 support area that I highlighted as first support. So we need to break 30s in order to see a move into 950s. But right now we're stuck in this little micro range.
Oh, that fell for me.
So let's see if we can do some sort of micro acceptance. You guys know I look for wedges, either at the highs or lows.
They do have another volume build in the 60s, trading above that. I guess if I'm going to start being a remote streamer, I need a new laptop. This screen is too small, man.
Yeah.
The NQ price scale is way too tall. I need a bigger screen. I'm in one lot long. I tried to mark it in and it shot up and gave me like the worst fill ever. But still got eyes for the 200s. I
Higher?
won't put on more size. Yeah, I am long. I won't put on more size until they really show that they're willing to stuff sellers, which they did in the 40s. Good entry would have been in the high 50s, but yeah, I tried to mark it in there and it shot up and I just got this fill. I would have been able to get more in, but I don't want to pay a higher cost right now for access. The market will pull back at some point. And if it doesn't, it's a bittersweet thing, right? It's just going in your favor. I'm definitely going to be way lighter on size today, guys. Just trying to get some trades in for the stream and go meet the gang.
All right, if we can hold up here, I have to wait until we get a little bit of acceptance up here.
I'm gonna put the risk off on this because if we come back to this price where my entry is, this thing's gonna test lower and I would rather get those prices instead. So
Yeah, that was a good bounce off support, that 25,030. And we are attempting higher to take out prior day highs. Let's see what happens after we do that. Ideally, I would like some sort of wedge up here to then help me get in on along into that move higher that we think could happen.
stream side, you gotta change it to composite, like chat said. So I basically follow chat. Change it to composite and change it to US futures index for like the time. And you should be good. Yeah. Pax is long. Everybody's long. That's good. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I'm about 50 points in on this. I'm really tempted to just take this money and
Call it a day.
I would now it's like I hate that I got one lot. I can't even like secure anything. But hey.
Yeah, we just took out prior day high. So now if we can form some acceptance up here, I will be interested in a long. But I also like this area for a short. That's why I need acceptance myself to engage.
I'll add on a failed pullback as long as it's not coming back into below the 90s. Don't want price below the 90s. Yeah, JC, I have an extra screen. I actually just stole it from my wife, but I'm using like a portable screen right now, which is where I'm looking at the chat and stuff. But I don't know. I think a laptop with higher res screen would be nice.
All right, just selling back down for now. No acceptance up here. So now we need to see if we traverse back down to the other side of the range, or if we can create a higher low here and then build structure up here.
As soon as I said, I really want to cover this, it just sold off.
Yeah.
I think
We
I
do
can
have
get in some
a
more size.
divergence up here at prior day high. ES is nowhere near it. We're still stuck at this resistance here, guys. So we need to break through that in order to really push out, right? I mean, it's major resistance. That sell-off yesterday, it's in this kind of environment. I feel like it's a little bit harder to just break through that right away. We need to chew through that supply.
It has to be like
And
a slow grind.
yeah,
It's that like chop that everybody hates, but you got to realize it's because it's supply and it has to be chewed through.
yeah. And it's not, unless we break like big support, it's not really bearish. It's just a correction through time. But yesterday's sell-off from up here was pretty strong to not think that we're just going to break through that easily.
Yeah, they liquidated hard. It was a dead body for anyone in the chat that was wondering.
So I must continue to wait and see if we now have followed through for lower.
So they're tapping back into that volume that got trapped earlier for more upsides to see what they do here with it. This is going to be my tell. If they can actually trade through it and into the 30s, then the sell side is still very strong today.
Yeah, still dominating.
Huge sell coming in. Huge sell delta coming in. We're heading towards the greatest squiggly line of all time right now with the London Open.
No setup here for me though on the short. You guys know I'm looking for that 90-minute reversal, but we need to create a higher low, right? Higher high, higher low, and then when that higher low fails, that's when I get short. But you don't see that here. Like the higher low looks something like this, right there. But if you look closely at this structure here, the low of this reversal candle is all the way down here. I can't take a short in the middle of a range. Like that's not sustainable because all we can do is come back down to the bottom of the range and then move back up. And guess what? My entry was so low that I'm going to get an automatic stop, right? So I need to have rules for myself on the where that change in trend happens, and aka that higher low flip reversal back down up here. We didn't get that. So even though it's at an area that I'm looking to short, I can't put on risk there because the spread between my entry right down here and then the stop is just way too wide. So now I need to wait for acceptance at support to then look, look for a different setup.
Just moved my stop up and they took it.
Oh, you took
I
a long
got
after that close?
long. I got long, yeah. And then as soon as I moved my stop up, it just took it. I think I should have kept it down there, but I like doing risk off better. I can always just
Wait,
get
Pax,
lucky.
are you not at the hotel? It says he's going back to the hotel. Oh, maybe he was training at the pool.
Ah,
We didn't get the memo.
yeah. I should not have moved my
Oh,
stop
that's
up.
right. He's at the studio.
Already?
No, they were streaming there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, with Jim.
We want to leave some mystery. Printin. All right, so it's just range action here, guys. Right? There's really no structure. Some might say we are, if you guys follow Sarah Strat, these, what does she call these megaphones? Or I don't know what she calls them exactly, but it's just range action. We're not really getting any traction. We need a little bit of acceptance above or at support in order to create a trend away from this range. Until that happens, I can't really engage in a directional move. My rules have allowed me to sort of, today, my rules helped me not take stops, but some days I'll miss a move that just blasts right off and goes nonstop. And, that you have to be okay with that. Your rules that you identify and design for yourself are there to keep you afloat, help manage risk, and then find consistency. So no trade for me yet, as we are stuck in this range. I would love 950s. 950s is a really good support area. So if we get there, I'll look to engage.
I would hate 950s right about now.
You think we'd break right through that?
No, I'm trying to get a cover here in 75.
Oh,
So
you're
long
long.
47. Long 47, yeah. I shouldn't have moved that stop tighter. I would have still been in it, but small stops are what keeps me going, that's for sure. Hopefully, I'm just trying to get back to the POC here around 75 with this trade.
Yeah, or you can do what XY is doing. He's in range mode.
Yeah, it's every time they break and they get a build and it gets left off sides, I'm gonna take the other side on that for upside. I'm still more bullish bias. Looking to maybe cover this one right here. We'll see. They are trying to buy through this. If this gets offered midway through this range, it's definitely going to suck. But let's see.
Wait a minute here, guys. There's
I am
12,
covered.
almost 1,300 of you, and we only have 340 likes after the big giveaways we gave. Gotta help us
They
out
hate
here.
us.
You hate us?
All right, I covered one. I'm gonna see if this can go anywhere.
Nice. Maybe back up to 110s.
That would be nice. Nah, 110s is cool, but I'm looking for 240s. So I did have a question I saw in the chat. Sorry, I was like trying to grab this long. He says I was something like I was up a lot of money and then I let it come back to me. It's relative, right? To me, it was just one lot for an idea that spans another 150 points, where my condition at the time became zero risk, right? I left it at break even. So my conditions became
Español?
either break
Ruski.
even,
Hermione
another
Granger.
150
Hermione
points.
Granger.
To me, I would be foolish to give up that access that is now 50 points in profit over just that 50 when the idea spans 200 points. But it would be totally foolish. For today, it'd be like, cool. I bagged 1,000. I'd be up even more money right now. It's all good. But for all the other sessions that I've traded, it would literally kneecap me. So I don't take my trading trade by trade. I don't even take it day by day. green day, red day, it really doesn't matter. I start looking at it by week, right? If I have a red week, then I start to get worried. I'm like, okay, let's break things down. What did we do? What didn't we do? What should we have done? What should we have not done?
Yep.
But yeah, for that particular trade, I actually don't regret it at all. The idea still is the same. I think if they can hold these downsides, then we have a huge shot at upsides. See if I have any opportunity to add on or even just scratch out of this.
ES is pretty weak here.
Yeah, they're
We might
pressing
break
down so hard.
this recent low and push down into 67.18. We do have a gap, RTH gap. But if you guys look, I mean, I look at SPY and QQQ a lot. If you guys look at those, we're just stuck in a opening range here. For the last half hour, we really haven't moved anything. So let me bring that over here. Maybe not. Where is it? So here's Q's. So we had this breakout yesterday. We tested this break here from this box. We broke out. We sort of held in the morning. We sort of did a small break below it and then rallied high into that resistance. And then from there, we sold off. So we're back here. So you can imagine why we're still stuck here, right? So I kind of want to look for a long into support here.
I'm gonna add another one back onto 2 lots.
But I also want to short if we go down. And then I also want to go long with the next. This could become acceptance. We're consolidating here, and then we can set up a move for higher.
I added another one down there. Try to take off this one, and we'll try to ride the rest, or we'll try to ride the last one. I'm not sure I'll trade more than 2 lots today, guys. I feel a little blind right now, not having everything, but we'll make it work.
Order filled.
I joined you. I'm trying to. My entry's a little bit above than where I want it, but I will join you to see that. But what I'm essentially trading here is a 2-minute 9 EMA reversal into the support of this area. May not work right here, and then stop at the lows. So the idea here is that if we're not going to be able to break lower, and ES bounces back up, NQ can bounce back up, and then we see that push higher. But
I can't even see ES right now. That kind of bothers me too. Is ES bouncing yet?
it tried, yeah, but it's still
Tried.
kind of stuck.
I don't like that 5-minute close just now. Tape is still pretty
the 9
good.
MA, the 9 MA on QQQ is coming up here to push price higher. So if we fail to push up higher from this push off the 9 MA, then we are most likely going to get back down.
You said 9 EMA is pushing price up? Love to hear it, man.
Yeah, so we need to see now follow through, right? So
yeah, they're building a lot of volume here, and if they don't get follow through upside, it could get really ugly on the downside. There's a lot of buying that's happening.
I'm interested in shorting here. We are starting to form a wedge.
Did you get out of your longs already?
No. You did?
No, I'm still in it. I want to get the 90s to cover one. My average right now is 57 with the ads. I did get pretty good MAE on it, about 20 something points. I just didn't take any off. They hold this again. I might add on a third.
If we can't push out here, then I feel like at this point we'll make a move for the lower prices.
Same. Yeah, I'm being really careful about this right now.
So I'm going to look to join short here shortly.
Trying to sell it, but they're not really getting what they want here.
Well, on the 5 minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For those who trade with me and are familiar with my terms, on the 5 minute on the Qs, we have a 9MA NTIT, which is a little term I gave, a 8 to 12 candle consolidation into the 9MA. My studies have shown that between the 8 and the 12th candle, we break away from this range and create a new trend. So we're coming into that window where we need to look for a directional move to take place here soon over the next 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes. But I mean, a lot of
for
this,
some upsides here. I added another lot, so I'm long 3 lots now. Gives me more room to scale out.
dope.
Let's see if it holds. If it holds. They're putting in a lot of downside attempts that aren't really getting followed through right now, so I'm using that as the risk. 70s though. Someone's really sitting there in the 70s.
I'm gonna get short here soon.
Yeah, they're pouring it on the seller.
Stop filled. Okay, I'm short here. Let's see if we can break below this range here now. And I'm going to be targeting London's low and then 950s. We'll see if there's follow through though. We're still stuck in that range. If we don't break here, then we might just continue this range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They tried that open just now.
So we need to create a lower high here and then reject in order for me to have confidence in the short, or low, lower high into the 9MA here and then reject. If we cannot, then we're just not going to have that follow through. So this is becoming an acceptance at the moment of this resistance if we cannot break lower, and that will be really bullish.
I want to see them poke lower again. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, it's not.
I had a really good entry long that I let go down there.
Order filled. Can we finally break?
Oh,
We didn't
man,
create
I had
that.
a really good fill.
We didn't get that lower high, so no rejection. We're holding.
How do you determine your take profit targets? It's structural math lover. What you guys are hearing is not my screen. I'm on AirPods, so there's no sound coming from my laptop to you guys. I think you're hearing Chris's stuff. You're
Wait,
talking about
you're
like the
still
order
hearing?
filled and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, they're hearing like order filled and all that stuff. I've got like music playing and all that stuff right now, guys.
I thought I had things
Yeah.
muted, but it's order filled.
George says, I heard order sim before. I don't even think that's an option on Trade. You're on Trade right?
No, I'm on the Ninja web app.
Oh, yeah. I don't even think that's a thing, George. You're probably hearing order filled.
Yeah, I trade my own account here. Still range round. It's a multi-hour range.
There's like the taper underneath is not that clean either. So I think you're gonna work on that downsides. Playing Linkin Park? No. I got some like what is some super chill house music going on right now. Sicily Sunlit Coastline. That's what I'm on right now.
It's trapping Thursdays.
This is pure garbage action. It's not the best. Could be worse. I'll tell you that much. I want to see them sell down, but like more aggressive.
We're wedging up here, getting close for a move. Getting tight.
I think I'm gonna start trying to fish these lows under the 50s.
We're buying that right now.
I'm gonna try. Oh, well, I mean, I want them to get there first. Hopefully they can get there. Try to fish prices downside of value.
In the meantime, if you guys can help us out with likes, that'd be fantastic. We're just stuck here.
Yeah, they're just constantly wicking off of these 50s, which I want to get positioned
Use
50s or under.
just stuck here, wedging up here on QQQ on the 5-minute.
Dr. C says, what happened? I fell back asleep. Nothing much, man. Gotta fill.
No, my screen froze. No, I want to short this.
I thought you're short already.
No, I took it off, but my
Oh,
thing froze. Can you guys see me?
I want to, where's VWAP? 32s. 32s.
No. I don't know. Can you guys see me? Kevin?
I see you guys. I mean, I see you. You're just fine.
My okay. I'm frozen. Well, my cursor's frozen. I can't see price move.
Your camera's okay.
No, I want to be in the short. That's what I want
I
to do.
accidentally minimized everything. All right, well, the market took me out. VWAP's not holding. Downside VWAPs. There's no more longs for me, for sure.
Order filled.
All right, so put on a little bit of a short here. My screens were frozen, guys, so I missed this exact breakdown. Can't even. We're not getting followed to the lower. Let's see if we can reject here. We need a lower high here now. Low, lower high, and then follow through to 950. That's what I'm looking at.
Still hitting the tape pretty hard on the sell here. Were you able to get short yet? At all?
Yeah, I not at the entry I wanted. My thing's been acting up and it's been freezing.
You're going back into value here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to close it here if we can't break down. So here's the lower high attempt here into the 9 MA. If we cannot reject from there, then we're just going to continue this range. And so if we do bounce back in, that'll be a change in character versus yesterday, because yesterday when we broke that wedge that we were in for like an hour, we had straight down from there. So we're attempting the same thing here. So in order to see that fall through lower like we saw yesterday, we're putting in that lower high here. We put in that low, that breakdown low. We bounce into the 9 MA. So now we need to reject from there. If we cannot, we're just going to go back up. So I'm going to move my stop here, and we need to see lower. If not, this is just going to be range run again for maybe, I don't know how much longer.
Stop filled.
All right, so we're not going to see lower. Take a long.
I'm long. I was too hesitant down there below the 40s. I'm in the 50, 51. I wanted to see them like really sell hard back into the 30s again before I got long, but they didn't. And so they tapered, they pulled back up, and the buying started flooding in above and got in with that buying. But I wanted to see more offside selling for more confidence. Yeah, I got two on. I'm gonna look to take one off. PLC's right here now too. I'm gonna look for the 75s to take one off. So down to one. Yeah, honestly, I am having a hard time hitting it sooner and when I should. right now without a Dom handy, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the market does with this entry.
And then ES
Like
just
I'm
hit support. You got a good long there.
hope so. Yeah, I'm looking at like the footprint and there's just I could see there's a lot more opportunity on downside prices that I missed, but I just couldn't see it. We'll see.
We're still stuck here, but you know this is becoming a changing character from yesterday. We're holding up here.
Still you're on the burner. Yeah, they're offering this spot again. So in the 70s to 80s, there's definitely some serious offer. Still get off the burner. All right, I'm gonna put this to break even. I think if we trade at this point, if we fail here in the 70s towards the 80s, 50s won't hold, and I'll try to grab lower prices again.
Daniel, I think it's just both are lagging for me. I've been having connection issues.
Ski Bob. Ski Bob, I apologize, man. I just try to get things up quickly on the laptop, for the stream. And hey, look, you get what you get. You get what you get. You can't have it all, man. So, did you just get up, man?
We have a good higher low here on the higher time frames. That's strong.
Yeah, that's
All right, we may be ready now.
3 downside wicks on the 1 hour at that 25K area where there's a taper.
Yeah, we just undercut. We had a failed breakdown, so this looks like a really good long now to push out of here. If we can create a higher low here, if we can create a higher low here, and then we can hold a 9 MA on the 2 minute, and then I will be looking for a long and see if we can break out of here. Let me be more patient now. Yeah, guys, be water and Mark. Yeah, my things froze. 17 stops in 30 minutes. Wow, good for you. You made your points.
Did you just say 17 stops in 30 minutes?
No, 17 scalps.
Oh,
Someone just
yeah,
posted
man.
that.
It's that kind of market. Definitely well done. If they can't find trade back below 60s, oh man, I don't want to add this high.
So we're possibly creating a higher low here. If we can hold, we can start to build structure to push out.
There's not as much selling as earlier. I actually want price to get closer to where my entry is, so I can try to get some ads.
That was a really good low. So I think if
That
that's
was a good
protected,
low.
if that can be protected and we don't revisit that, then we can attempt higher here.
Coming in hot with some buy delta now. This is a huge node, super tight range. we're seeing so much buy delta right now that whoever's passively offering this is got some real size, which means if they blow through this offer, I'm just going to be looking for long ads all the way up. There's a huge offer.
We put in a good higher low here.
Yeah, I was too chicken
Order
to add
filled.
that. I need a dumb. Is that so? When it says order filled, is that what the chat thinks is saying order sim?
Yeah,
I don't think
maybe.
it can possibly say order sim. I don't even think that's an option. Well, I'll have you know, Chad, that Chris ain't sim trading, so he'll be banned from the stream. Yeah, I really missed that ad opportunity. I need a dom, guys. That's
All
what
right,
I
so I
talked
joined.
about earlier. I'm too chicken.
I took the long. I have my stop here below the last higher low, so that was a changing character for me. We actually created higher low and held. So instead of rejecting back down, I think XY was talking about this too, that we couldn't break below 60s. So because we created a higher low inside this structure, it gave me confirmation that it wanted to break out higher. Now we need to see if there's follow through all the way up to those 200s that we're looking for.
Can you explain the context of Dom what I provided you that you're missing? Yeah, so I have a footprint and I'm seeing what I think is a buy side that's holding higher, right? But in it, I can't really see how much selling there also is. You can to a degree, but it's not enough for me to like see it with my eyes and just be confident to hit it. So earlier, as I was saying, like if they can't get below these 60s, this is going to be a good ad. What did I do? I didn't even add on it. Like I couldn't really get that confidence to hit that ad. Similar to the downside prices, I had opportunities. Like I can see it in hindsight on the footprint right now. I had opportunities to get really good prices, the 40s, the 30s, and every time I'm like, I'm just too squeamish to do it. Whereas usually, yeah, I have no problem hitting those prices, right? I said, XY, take profit. I took profit on one already. I had two lots, Brian. Uh, but I can't give up this access now for a move that might be conveying to the 200s. That would be
Yeah.
foolish. So I had two, got one, and we're gonna see what happens with this one. I'm actually looking for ads, Brian.
All right, so this is my long here. The higher low took place, and then I have my stop down here at 63. And then I'll just sit in this. And if it doesn't work out, then that'll probably be the end for me today.
They're gonna need to hold the 90s range. If we
Yeah,
fall
we need
back
a
and start to
little,
trade the 80s, it's not gonna be good.
we need a little bit of acceptance up here.
Big offer coming through now. Let's see if they can hold against it. If they can, that's definitely a change in order flow. You get an ad there. I'm going to tighten up this risk now.
What's your stop now?
79.
We're attempting to break out of this range here. We need to see follow through now. We need to see a little bit of acceptance here. If not, this will fail, and we're just like in range again.
Could I ask what your target is? I want the 200s. So the reason, so yeah, I could have sat in my 50s long and had my break even way lower. But I'm willing to get the ads and put the risk break even up here because if we trade back below the 80s, I don't mind being risk off and trying to see what the market's going to do from there, which is right now. Yeah, right. So earlier, as I'm saying, if we trade under 90s, it could be pretty nasty. Adding that and moving the stop up to where I could invalidate would make more sense than just sitting in one lot. And right now, the one lot would be pretty much back to where it was. So
All right, we'll go. That's it for me trying to trade this range.
How do you see that on a DOM? Yeah, you're gonna see buying and selling market passive. Um, Gives me a lot more confidence being able to see that. So they just tested outside of value. Did have an exhaustive push there.
Justin, probably with the morning session or until we get some acceptance up here or down here. But I mean, typically I'll trade in the afternoon, but we have a busy day over here, so that'll probably be it.
Yes, we do. I'm back in 2 right now.
Yeah, Mark, I gotta go hang out with him. What do you mean, Keith? What do you mean? What do we use for our broker? We're on Ninja. I don't drink. I'll be watching them.
Too early to drink. You guys are crazy. Except for Stowe.
Don't tell Stowe that.
This hold would be really nice for the upside. I got my finger on the flattened button right now, guys. I like the build above the 60s right now. There's huge volume mid 50s that I'm keeping an eye on. If they can keep them off sides, I'm bullish. But if we keep building into around the mid 50s, I'm going to flatten. So I got 3 lots. I'm probably going to take one, probably mid 80s, let's say 84. Peel one off at the 84 here, take about 20 points. Cool. So we got 2 left. I want to grab this swing high and then whatever, we'll see. This trade's paying right now, though.
We want it's they want it here.
There is a lower high risk I'm keeping an eye on. But I am well positioned on a higher low, so gotta let the chips fall where they do. I'm gonna cover my risk, break even on the last 2. So we either getting really good upsides on this trade or we break even. Risk is off the table. And we're gonna try to ride off into the sunset here. When we get into right above overnight high 100s, I am going to be keeping an eye and seeing if I have to cover this second lot because we got a lot of initiative sell right above the overnight high. Like it wasn't just absorption. They came in hot with the selling. So if they are to do so again, I'm going to go down to 1. So they are buying pretty heavy right now. I need to see reward for that buying. It's a bit of a stall. I'm gonna cover the second one. And we're down to one. So
There you go.
can't complain. Why are you guys generally bullish in the price action currently? Is it volume profile based? Yeah, so I'm pretty much playing balance. I'm fading extension because if you look at the volume profile, it's pretty balanced. The reason I prefer upsides versus downsides is because of this. If you look at what the market's been doing, we're going up. We're building up. We've got value here, value goes higher, and we're still in value. We're poking right where the taper is, and they're not finding any interest, right? If you can't find downside interest and the market's building upsides, reasonably you would go towards the upsides too, right? So if you pay close attention, you see the POC here led to higher prices and a taper at the POC. This POC building above as well. It's a taper at this POC. So as long as that condition remains, for me, the story is upsides until they find enough interest to pull price downsides. And then it doesn't seem like there's enough. Yeah, it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. It's super simple.
Daniel, if I get maybe like -2R, then I'll probably stop trading. I'm more of a trend follower, so if I go through 2 losses consecutively, it just means that we're not trending on the opportunities that I find. So if we're not really seeing that trend take place, then I have to wait, and then I have to then manage my risk with those 2 losses that I took. And then if we break out of this range, then maybe I'll join once we develop some structure above or below it. Yeah, Czar, gold, just keep trailing, right? You should have a trailing stop. You gotta let that thing run. No, I typically don't lower my risk. It has to be consistent throughout all trades for me.
Ooh, Alex, good question. When do you decide you're done for the day on a red day? I typically won't go past like 4K in a red in drawdown. But it doesn't have to get there. If I am constantly being proven wrong on my trades, like on my reads,
Yeah.
it's much easier to step off, like Chris is saying, right? He likes to follow trend. He's being proven time and time again that this is not trending right now. So for me, my situation would be if I'm constantly wrong-sided, my edge does not even exist in the current market, right? So why force it? So my analogy, and I'm always going to go back to this, is let's just say you're at the casino, you've got chips in your hand. I want to play blackjack, or I want to play, let's just say you want to play craps. And you go to a table and there's people there. You're like, oh, should I sit at this table? And everyone's just frowny face, sad, 7 out, 7 out. Or you go to a blackjack table, everyone's getting their ass busted. And the dealer is just killing them, 21, this, that, dealer, no bust. Would you sit down there? Nah, you probably won't even be tempted to sit down there. And that's how I feel about the market. If it's constantly showing me that my read is just not even what's really happening, I don't really have any more of a desire to trade the market. Because like I said, my trading is not trade like per trade outcome based. It is not daily P&L based.
Over Brand Boulevard.
It is at the very minimum weekly P&L based. So it's easier to pull away when you're in that mindset. I know a lot of people trade prop, and it's hard to do that because you have minimum requirements, this and that, and consistency rules and so and so, and it makes it more difficult because you have things you got to cover too, like objectives. But when you trade just cash, those things are a lot
What
easier
do
to
you
manage. Obviously, the downside risk is wide open. You can kill your whole account. But everything in between is much harder to manage. So you had a few losses today. At what point would you have called it a day? If the market kept going downsides, I would not have followed it downsides, and I would have called it a day. My losses, and I could see this early on, it was just a lack of confidence to hit price where I should have, right? Prices undervalue, saw no extension. They could not extend. And on 2 occasions, my stop was way too tight. I got the move and I moved the stop even tighter, and it took me out, and it just continued. So a lot of this is attributed to me not having all the order flow up. Like you can see how bare the chart is right now. There's a lot that I don't have up, and it makes it harder for me to just hit the trade like I usually would. What can you do? I mean, I'm just happy to be green right now, right? This is a pretty decent runner. It's almost at 200 points.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Green streak is alive. Can't be mad at that. Frown faces, chips go on the don't pass. Yeah, I hope that makes sense, the whole like casino reference, because that's my closest comp to an analysis. It's you go to a table where everyone looks sad because they're losing. It's like I wouldn't want to sit there, you know. Same thing with the markets. If the market's just destroying me, I'm not going to really have much of an incentive to try to continue because it's not trade by trade, it's not day by day. It's, you know, my edge conveying over time. What's my target? I mean, I think 240s can definitely trade, but I only have one, and I'm not sure I can hold this past like 200. So I'm actually just going to start trailing it now. I'll put it here. If we do trade under this, I'll probably call it a day. I mean, I'm happy to be green, so at this point.
Yeah, we're finally breaking out. I agree with that 240s. I have 240s to 250s in NQ as the upside target. But now that we are breaking out higher, we need some acceptance up here. We need to hold this breakout so we don't go back in the range, right? So we don't do one of this again. And then if we can do that and hold up here, then you have a more sustainable move higher to that 240s. So any potential consolidation here that holds and then breaks out higher, you know, if I was still, let's say, trading for the day later on and we get this and then push out higher, then that would be my directional long setup to that 240s, 250s target.
Yeah, I guess let me give you guys a better view of my target. So this is why I'm holding for more upsides. This thin spot that the market's been having difficulty trading in and building volume. If they can do so now, which looks like it's what they're doing, then we can really get a re-auctioning of all of these prices. And this is around 250 right here where volume comes back. It's like the mid 240s. And that's why that's where I'm looking at. It can definitely take my trailed stop and continue without me, but because I just have one lot, I gotta book something, make it a green day. I could add here and move it up for break even, but I want to secure a green day. So anything further from here that the market's willing to give is cool. If it trails out my stop, it's a green day. That's just how I gotta manage myself. But yeah, not having all my order flow stuff is definitely more of a challenge, but yeah, I really messed up those lows. I had great prices, great entries, and I just didn't trust them enough. These were all really good right here. Obviously, yeah, you can see it in hindsight, but yeah, that's moving forward. That just goes to show how important it is to me. When is Playbook releasing? Alex, I'll have you know that the guy we hired is actively working on the website now. So hopefully soon. Which columns on DOM? I use obviously resting bid and ask. I use recent bid and ask market order. I use the pull stack and volume profile. So I could trade the DOM off the DOM without a chart as well because the volume profile is on there. Volume profile is my number one. If I can only have one order flow indicator, is undoubtedly the volume profile. So many things I do is based off of volume. You guys will see in my playbook. It's in everything from the highest time frame down to the lowest on the DOM. Volume matters to me. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Um, we aren't performing as well as we'd like, but
Yeah.
some days it'd be like that. I mean, we're glad you guys are on. Please hit the likes. We're on vacation and we're streaming for you guys. So I think I got like 5 hours of sleep, if that. So I'm a little bit tired. Yeah, I mean, I hear Chris pacing back and forth, trying to get some food.
It was a mission, man. Yeah.
My target's at 200, but I'm just gonna move this up and start trailing it now. So
There's that push though. Beautiful.
I know, right? Finally, dude, they really threw us around like rag dolls for a bit there. But that's the market, guys. Just manage your risk. I tell all my buddies too, like the ones, obviously my real life buddies that I've known for like 20 years now. Risk focus is going to get you there. It's so underrated. And I think it stays that way because it's hard to get proof of concept with being risk focused because it takes a lot of time. The game is hard. Just manage your risk. I don't care if you're trading like the Mercury Gatorade flavor that's always around. Um, when the moon's half full and your water is, I don't know, whatever. I've heard it all. Cycles, this, that. Um, just manage your risk. You're gonna do fine, man. Thanks, Chad. Yeah, so we are trailing. I hope it just blasts off into the 200s, and I'll be happy with whatever I get from there. I just want to see that the plan realized so that I have my answer. Not for myself, but I'd like to see what the market does when it really taps into the lower end of the volume. I'm happy with the green day after just like screwing up those longs. Yeah, I got paid on some, of course, which is why I'm like not deep red, but yeah, the idea was right, the location was right. I mean, me and Chris and I noted too, like 25Ks, there's this taper, and if they keep holding these 25Ks, you can get
Yeah.
that exhaustive move, and it just did it kind of like in the worst way, So I need some order flow, guys. Well, as Stowe would say, the new high would be encouraging.
Yeah, if you can build up, if you can consolidate. I mean, this is breakouts breaking out. If you can consolidate now, like if I was still trading here, we're coming up to the end in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I'd be looking to join long if we could create a consolidation up here. But the long that I tried earlier got stopped out, and I just didn't get back in.
Never leave home without your OFL. I needed at least a DOM. I should have set up a DOM. I was too lazy. I was like, I should be fine. I mean, it's all right. It could be worse, but my P&L could be like hugely green right now, honestly. It's okay. I can't complain about the current P&L. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hitting the eye, yeah, KDR, that's a good eye. It's literally tapped it. I'm looking at it right now, the 50% extension, where the market commonly finds a turn. Not to say it's going to reverse, but it's actually at least going to reoffer. I see that 50% extension. I am very, very ready for this to take me out right here at 148. But I gotta leave it on just in case it just blows past 150. We are in that really low volume range where if any big buyer decides to step it up here, they can really just push this thing through. So yeah, that's a good eye. Yeah, I have it right here. I've got some OFL stuff on the other screen, so I can see like my MGI on another screen, which kind of sucks, but just no DOM. You guys are seeing how much the DOM means to me in real time today. So trailed out of that. I don't know how many points that move had, but I think it's a good end to the stream for us. But I appreciate the call out, KDR. Yes, the 50% extension is very important to me.
So now that you guys have this breakout, if it can hold up here and we don't reverse back down to the range that we were in, then you have a really good directional setup here for higher into that 240s, 250s.
Something to consider too is this hour is about to close, and this hourly candle is a really big outside bullish candle. If price comes at this point, if price comes back into value in the range, it's going to be around the half point of the candle, which can certainly find a bid. You don't want to see price really trading back below or maybe even around the hundreds price. That would be really scary for longs. So right now, I would say around this little node right here, this little spot, we'll say 110 to like 95, very key. This is very key because this is where the buying finally flooded in, chewed through that supply that's been sitting here super heavy, and found all of this volume build. If they're going to lose this, which if they're trading this, it means they did, and they can't regain this, but they accept this majority distribution again, dude, it's going to be real dicey on the long sides. Do I stream every day or only on NT Live? I stream almost every day on NT Live, but nowhere else. So it's still coming off the beach. Stowe's world, baby. We're just living in it. Thanks, Driver Trades. I appreciate that.
Neil, the swings are doing well. TSM, yeah, had good numbers. I mean, you're seeing AVGO breakout, AMD. So I'm still long all of those.
Dr. Steve, what would have been different? Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm done.
What would have been different for you today if you had your DOM better entries? Yes, not only better entries, but being able to properly manage the stops on those entries. I had so many really good entries where I just didn't give them enough confidence. And then when price started to poke the really good ranges outside of value, that's like things going on sale, right? I didn't have the confidence to just hit it then and there. And looking back on the footprint, I'm like, well, yeah, look, there's this little build that got stuck. There's this, there's stuck selling, there's this. If I had just seen it on the DOM, I would have more confidence to just hit it quicker, manage it with more confidence. And those things make or break your trading, right? We have so many days where you're either, maybe you're big red or big green, but very small things were the difference between a break even or big red or big green, or you're big red, but the small things are the difference between that and actually just being big green. It all comes with execution, and execution requires confidence. Confidence in your trade, in the thesis, in managing where you want to get out. Today it was tough for me to do so. I haven't traded without order flow in a while. It's been a while. It made it work. Or without DOM, it made it work. Jeff is, yeah, you're right. You need the granularity of the DOM. And with NQ, it's even more granular, right? On the ES ladder, maybe every tick by tick, it matters. Order flow tick by tick. But the equivalent of tick by tick on NQ could be like 4 points. And so that's why I really lean on volume. Do what you're doing, right? Do it as aggressive as you want, but I'm looking at an aggregate of that specific order flow on my DOM as opposed to tick by tick, point by point. Yeah, Dr. Steve, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm happy with the outcome for sure.
We're back testing that breakout. If we can hold, we can build structure up here and then set up for that 240s, 250s push.
Yeah, this is going to be super key right here, guys. This is the difference between a failed attempt and an actual hold. It's going to be right above these 110s, 100s. Because if you look at it, this could even build. I don't think it will. Honestly, I think if it holds, you climb further. But this is how double distributions get started too, between two ranges like this. But
Yeah.
I think if it holds here, we're heading above 200s.
So that structure will look like a wedge here on the 2 minute. If we hold, we bounce from here and create a consolidation. If not, this is just a failed breakout to push back down to the range. But if we can hold prior day high here, as we're attempting here, the 110s, then we push up higher.
Okay, geez. Chat is flying. Sorry, guys. Let me get back to this. Trading outside comfort zone. Yeah, and I'm on a laptop. It's kind of strange. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's the same thing. Trading's trading, right? Do I have at least 5 in EMA? It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, I'm missing inputs. Do I have a size filter? I don't. I guess yes and no. I don't. I filter size on my tape. NQ, I want to see 2 lots or higher. But on the DOM, I have 2 tick compression. So I don't. My DOM isn't tick by tick. It's 2 ticks on NQ. To just clean it up a little bit. You said, do you have your ladder set at 10 tick res or something like that? 2 ticks, 2 tick compression. So every point is 2 ticks. Show how you read the volume profile in the hour. Do I have a video explaining it more? If you go on my YouTube, Jeremiah, I have videos where the beginning outlines my high time frame read on the hourly, where you can find that kind of stuff. But the playbook that's dropping quote unquote soon is going like I literally melted down my entire trading brain for you guys and reconstructed it into my playbook. It's everything I know, literally
Ooh,
in there.
that's a
So
big gift.
it was hard to do. Every day I worked on it, I just had to go lay down after in darkness and not have any noise because my brain is so fried from trying to convey information with screenshots, with video on the DOM. Yeah, I did a lot of work for you guys. It's gonna be on there whenever it's ready.
Gentlemen.
Ooh,
Oh, can't hear me. Okay.
I can hear Stowe.
I can hear you.
Can't.
Yeah, Stowe's fine.
Oh.
Stowe, where's the Modelo, man? Dude, they were
I think I
hyping you
drank.
up. They called you like Modelo God or something. They were hyping you up. And
Yeah.
Deli and Pax were talking about you like it's just Stowe's world. We're just living in it. Make sure he has beer. Offer beer
That's all you need to
sacrifice.
do, man. That's all you got to do to keep me happy.
I got this.
It's-
We got Keurig machines in here, but I couldn't. There's no water around, so I went downstairs in my robe and I picked this up. I got a
Yep.
few interesting looks. I got a few interesting looks. Hey, but it is what it is. You love me
Yeah,
or
I
you
went
hate
down there in
me.
my PJs today too. It was great.
Yeah, I got a little coffee here. They said free refills. Hey, small
Yep.
wins, baby.
I'm gonna try this. Was that a back test? There's some big seller right here at 40. Are we gonna get him right now? That'd be great if we could. I've actually traded a ton today. I did not plan to do that, but it has
Dude,
been
yeah.
pretty
I
nice.
fired off. I fired off so many longs down there. But yeah, hopefully they hold this for you. You're long, right? Hopefully they hold this. This has got to be chat, same spot we talked about. It's got to be here. And if it's
Yeah.
here, I mean, tweet me and tell me later.
At me.
Say thank you for the call and send me a tip, right? If we're trading like 26K, but if we don't,
Oof.
don't even talk to me. Don't even bring it up. If we trade lower, do not mention it to anybody. I didn't say nothing. That's how you
Yeah,
that's how you win. Do not dare mention me on Twitter if we trade lower. I will deny it.
Blocked.
Yeah, I will block you.
blocked, muted, canceled.
My YouTube is XYZ Trades. It's the videos that are on there now will be the last because I'm moving on to painting the tape. So my content will be on painting the tape, painting the tapes YouTube and paintingthetape.net. with Stowe.
Yeah, I can't wait. That should be next week, right? I think that your and Nick's stuff is all going to be up there next week, and
Is that
website's
what
going
it
to get a
is?
nice,
I have
yeah,
no
nice
idea.
little
I know
overhaul.
it's getting worked on.
Yeah,
So no more when playbook. You know what I mean?
we got it. We got a guy. We got a
When
guy.
playbook, I have nightmares. Like I wake up in the middle of the night sweating, and I'm just when playbook, when playbook. You know, like you get some sleep paralysis, and your sleep paralysis demon's just standing at the foot of your bed, like when playbook.
Ah, this seller.
Oh yeah, look
I
at
was
that.
I was leaning on this guy earlier. I had a really good short.
Dude, this might be a failed break if they continue back into value here.
Yeah.
And that means we trade like zero, maybe like
Let me
100.
check. Let me check NQ. Kind of doing the same stuff. Yeah. Yeah. If this,
The guy you hired needs to get off the beach and on the job. Well, he was with family over the weekend, so what can you say?
we're not
What will be the
animals.
cost of the playbook? The cost of the playbook is to, I don't know, please follow me on Twitter or something like that. Say nice things. Say nice things about me. It's free.
It
I
cost it cost XY many, many, many nights of being annoyed with
yeah, I
this
would tell
stuff. That's
Stowe
what it
like,
costs.
bro, my brain is fried right now. And like this is so hard.
Yep.
Yeah, Stowe ain't lying. It's free. Honestly, I don't believe in selling alpha. I don't believe in edge erosion. Someone asked me on Twitter, by the way, why don't I believe that if more people are trading what I'm doing, it erodes my edge? I don't know. This is a big market, man. And
Yeah.
we are just retail. I have no issues with people doing things the way I do it. I don't think it affects me in any way. I won't charge, I'll tell you this, I will never charge for like the playbook, things like that, or a course. Never. It'll be free. But if something requires my time, I will definitely charge for that. So maybe in the future, I will, I don't know, who knows? Whatever you guys are willing to pay me. I don't know, starts at like 500,000, maybe something like that for a month.
That's a lot of
Something like
that's a lot of
500,000 a month or 50,000 for the entire year. That's my pricing model.
you can pay XY in Ponto joggers also. He accepts that as a form of payment.
I can't anymore. I have like 8 pairs of those and like 8 pairs of the shorts. So I'm done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gotten to the point where my wife is like, "Why do you keep buying the same thing? Like,
Why
you don't
not?
get it. I need more comfort."
Yeah, like sometimes like before people would get to know me, right? Now all my friends know by now. It's like, dude, you wear the same thing a lot. I'm like, well, that's why I have 10 pairs of each. I have like 25 white tees, 25 black tees. Consistency is the key to success, baby. It's not just
I
in
agree.
trading.
Okay, come on, stuff these sellers right here. Eh?
It's flirting with a failed breakout.
Job's wardrobe. Oh, so I'm trying to convert everybody, and then I'll tell them that I need an affiliate code.
It's gonna be funny when in a couple years we learn that XY was secretly just the head of Viori's
This is all a
guerrilla
psyop.
marketing.
I was like,
Yeah.
I know what I'll do. I'm gonna learn how to trade and try to convince people that I know what I'm doing, and we're gonna sell joggers. Hear me out, hear me out,
Hear me out.
You guys want an untapped market, right? I've got one for you. All these guys do is stay at home and sit.
Yep. They think they're athletes too, so it works
Oh, yeah.
in our favor.
Just never see them sweat.
Well, that's because they're wearing Viore, Chris.
True.
You're never under pressure when you're wearing the pontos.
Do we
It's
have
sweat wicking
Chris
and
on the
pressure
Viore
wicking.
train?
Oh, just wait till I come out.
Soon. Soon.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, I'll tell you guys this much. I need to get going about my day. I gotta steam iron some clothes. I gotta figure out how to use that. I'm
Cool.
tired of looking at this chart that has been providing me with immense stress. Um, and I'm ready to just be on vacation, right? So I'm
We gotta
gonna
join.
Yep.
Yeah, we gotta join Jim. He's at the post
I'm gonna
somewhere.
go about my day. Stowe, you can have this. It It looks like shit. You can have it.
Yep. Yes, it
Do what you
does.
want with it.
Well,
done my
I'll
work.
hang for an hour and then I'll see you at the pool. I assume they got Modelo's at the pool, so I'll be there.
All right, man.
All right,
All
later.
right, peace,
Guys,
buddy.
in a
Later,
bit.
guys. Chat, Stowe.
Yeah, chat. Hey, thanks for hanging out, chat.
Yeah, we'll see you guys next week. All right, everybody, take care.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Apparently, I slept through all the Modelo jokes about me. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. It's a nice, clean beer. It's a good drinking beer. Good morning. Good morning. I'm starting to dislike this a little bit, but we have this bid. We have this passive bid here. We have a little bit of a taper on the bottom of the delta volume profile. So I don't know. We definitely lost steam. I had a bunch of good trades today already, so I'm not trying to get greedy with this. Um, Speaking from experience, a good way to ruin a fun vacation is to take some losing trades. Okay, we're back at the +1. We got our 1 off for 4 there. I'm going to tuck this guy, I guess, here. There's still this 40 guy is just pissed. So we just look like we're balancing. If we reject this +1 again, I'll probably quit. Let me look at NQ real fast. Yeah, same story. That's a lot of passive bid down there, but yikes. Look at that seller. This guy's so mean. The hell time is it? Okay, 11:05. A lot like XY said, I'm missing some pieces of my execution life. So there are some things I would love to be looking at right now. It's telling me things, but I just don't have that option. I feel like we're definitely going to go to the other side of that range with that rejection. So I can get, if I want to grab a long, it's probably going to be closer to 26. If this fails, just trying to watch this come in. If I get close enough, if I can squint at the delta. Shaq, I live in the micro. That's what I'm up to. I'm trading the micro rotations. I mean, look at the ES has given us, yeah, I'm going to close this. ES has given us like 20 point, 30 point ranges in the morning. That's awesome for scalpers. This is beautiful. Hey, Omni, I'm in Florida. We're all in Florida, actually. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, yeah, this seller is so pissed. All right, we'll cruise out of this for a second. All right. But then that big bid comes in. Wild. There's a lot going on today. I mean, that's a big guy. So I'll go through, I don't know. Firmament, no. I did not get my hair cut to avoid the TSA harassment. Actually, I didn't bring my mic stand and mic this time because I was like, man, number one, that thing weighs like 20 pounds. And number two, I just didn't want to get stopped at security again because it is, it is annoying. Thanks, Larry. I will have fun. Thank you, bud. So yeah, this was exhaustive and met with an immediate push. So that's interesting. We saw this delta come in here. That was a ton. 1200. Yikes. But wasn't fast enough on it. Wasn't quite low enough for me too. I mean, it's Thursday. It's a pretty typical balance day. Don't quote me on that, but just anecdotally, I noticed that Thursdays tend to be some tricky business. Matt asks us if I'm going to wear a t-shirt in the pool. I don't think so. Would be weird. Do I look like a t-shirt in the pool guy? Because I'm not. No, Johnny, I didn't fly with the loaves of bread. Also, Columbus Day screwed me on that. I had plans to make bread and ship it all on Monday to get here on Wednesday when I was going to arrive, but then I realized that the post office was closed on Monday. So, no, BH, I'm not a Speedo guy either. The weather is so good. It's weird when you get to Florida and you're just like, oh yeah, I see why. I see why people like this place. I mean, my hotel room has a fan in it. Look at this. It's crazy. Yeah, now the buyer is pissed. You're right, BH. So on days like this, yeah, I'll walk through the trades I took today. It was pretty good. I was like, I got set up. Number one, I slept in. That was so cool. I didn't think that was going to happen, but like I just set my alarm for 9:30 just in case I was able to continue sleeping, and I was. It was so sick. Um, my kid usually wakes me up at like 5:45 to pour her a bowl of cereal every day. Um, so without that little nudge, I was like, whoa, I got some sleep. It was awesome. Um, then I got some coffee. I fired up the stream and I was listening. And right here at this, I mean, this 40 spot has been like some pervasive selling. So I took some shorts here that were quickly rewarded to the other side. Um, I tried again and then I immediately stopped out and I got long here. And actually right here, and I rode that. I took one here, and then I rode the rest to this 48 spot. So that was a good trade. I got out of it because this was a pretty aggressive move, and I've talked about this a little bit. I don't really like to exist outside of the second standard deviation band. Um, so I look to take profit when I see something go against me up here. I mean, we hit a round number and bounce back off of it. Sometimes it's that simple. Um, yeah, then I tried to get short again here, then long again. It seems like they're chopping me around in here. This seller seems to still be there, but I don't know. We'll see. This was a lot of this was a lot of passive bids that came in and supported this. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Might be done. We'll see. Oh. No, Mark, it's not a Motel 6. But they did leave the light on for us though, so that was nice. Rick, can I share the list of the indicator I'm using? It's just three things. I use a volume profile, and then I use a delta volume profile, and then I use VWAP with standard deviation bands. It's a RTH session VWAP. And then I just have my MGI study, which shows me, all the market generated information. And that's it. There's your list, bud. Four things. Hmm. EH says, how was TSA with the government shutdown? You know what's crazy? I went straight through everything. Like when I got to the airport in Pittsburgh, I literally walked without stopping to the lady that you give the ID to. It was insane. And then like same with like security, I just threw my stuff up, went through the thing, got my stuff. Like I don't think I had stopped walking. Yeah, it was unlike any airport experience I've ever had. I was there 2 hours early because that's my normal airport buffer time. And I was easily from my car to the gate in like 15 minutes. It was very weird. I was like, what's happening? Is no one flying today? It was awesome. Hey, Drunk Radish. No, I don't have pre-check, Skiba. I'm just a normal person. Uh, my wife's fancy like that. She's got pre-check. Not me though. Uh, no, Radish, it's not. It's not changed yet, but they're tearing it up. So it's like it's a bit of a mess. The tram was still there though, and they put on social media that the tram was going to be gone, but it was still the same thing. I don't know. Oh, is that true, Justin? Huh. I have an Amex card. I didn't know that. Cool. Corner Roller says, don't get pre-check, you sign away all your rights for life. I'm sure I'm sure my rights are pretty much gone. I've clicked through so many terms and conditions without reading them in my entire life that, the white van can probably just come pick me up whenever they want. And they'd be like, well, you did sign. You signed here that we're allowed to kidnap you. So, and I was like, damn it. I thought that was just the iPhone update. Turns out I sold my soul. Hey Gene, the order flow lab stuff I use is the MGI study and the delta volume profile and the volume profile. And then the VWAP band is that's the NinjaTrader one. NinjaTrader has a volume profile as well. I just use the OFO one because that's what I'm used to. Oh, an airline Amex. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, me too, Drunk Radish. I have no idea what their plan with that is. Drunk Radish just to catch the chat up. Drunk Radish is also from my area, and they're doing a bunch of wacky stuff to our airport. So it was like, I don't know, it was a bit of a curveball going in there. So that's why I was even more shocked that it was like the smoothest airport experience I've ever had. Yeah, Jacob, the Delta volume profile is part of the subscription. Yeah, it's not part of the free package. I mean, the other thing about Delta it's important to know is it's just like this is just the sum of the ask minus the bid. You can also pull up a footprint chart and see a similar thing. This is just what I like. It's just what I'm used to. So, because I've never been able to look at a footprint chart and glean anything useful from it. It's just just a personal thing. It's a lot like how I can't look at candlesticks and see the sheet. Yes. Yes, man, dude. That's a lot of yes, Jack. Yes. Footprints are very, very noisy. So if you're going to use them, you have to have, I don't know, at least a set of rules, some sort of filter. Yeah, that's the point of control. Yep, llama. That's the point of control. Let's check on NQ. Okay. So this is a little divergent. Um, no, I mean they're both above. Let's see. Yeah, this was a good spot. All this stuff on NQ was nice. Came down and was hanging out with its London 30-second opening range. See what it did all night. Yeah, it's not a great pivot, but it's not bad. Pretty clear buyer right there at 25.20. Cool. I think it might be a little clearer right now. What do they have? Like 100 and 180 points in? It's a decent range. It's got to beat this 42 guy. Trying to watch this delta here. See if he's done. If I get a little chill and it's all right. No, no, Gene, it's not. That's not a native part of the MGI, but you can use. So what I did is I just made a custom opening range session time with the MGI study. So all I did was I just told it to give me the 30 seconds from 3 a.m. to 3 a.m. and 30 seconds. And that's what it paints. So I just have a second MGI study running just that one thing. And that's what gives me this green box. So I mean that's the cool thing about OFL stuff is it's like their tools, they are extremely customizable. That's why they're not like they don't like to say indicator because they're really not indicators. They're tools. Sure, Gene, no problem. Yeah, you can do all kinds of weird stuff with it. Yeah, see whatever you're trying to see. It's just like it just makes your life easier a little bit. I don't have my high time frame chart on my laptop, but that's part of that is like I have almost no homework to do because it auto plots so many things for me. Um, yeah, just makes your life easier. If you know what you're looking for and can automate it, um, yeah, you save so much homework time. Yeah, sure. No problem, Kenshin. 42 guy. I assume that was also NQ rejecting its +1. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I can't say homework is for nerds into the microphone in case my kid ever watches this and she'll be like, "You told me I had to do that." Because you do. It's pretty wild the amount of homework that a first grader has. It's really intense. I don't remember that being a part of my life when I was in first grade. Hey, thanks for Tintin. You too, buddy. I appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, Skiba, they have homework, dude. Like pages of homework. And like when she was studying for a math test on Tuesday night before I left, we were doing math. And like I'm a relatively smart dude. I have no idea what this math that they're up to is. They have completely changed the way that they teach kids math, and it is wild to behold. It is a nice school for like she had to test into it, Matt. Yeah. But it's public, yeah. We've got like a couple yeah, our school system is a little strange. There's several options. So it's not like you live here, you go here, which is how it was when I grew up. But I also grew up in the middle of nowhere. So there was really only like there was one school. I think my graduating class was like 35 people. Yeah, which I understand is not the norm. But yeah, it does suck. I agree, Sandy. Yeah, it's a tough balance for sure. It's really hard to like, I don't know. There's a lot of pressure, um, like to do well on those tests, and I'm like, man, this kid is 6. She shouldn't be worried about anything like this. But so we try to keep it balanced between like, just do your best. Yeah, choppy, nasty. So they say. That's funny, G. All right, we reset the delta volume profile just there. And you see this seller, this passive seller here, and then um, this is all market selling. So these are market orders that crossed to the bid side and are currently being rewarded. Bigly. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Phoenix. Good to know. I appreciate that. Shout out the Dom stuff because I can't see it. That's nice, Ed. That's a good call, brother. Um, Tom, good question. Tom says, how long did it take me to learn how to read the Delta stuff? Uh, Probably a couple years. It's like anything. It's a lot of, hold on. We'll see. See if we're gonna get smoked or rewarded on this. I watch it. Passive seller walked it down. Ah, really pushing. The low is good. That entry sucked. Ah, I'll just get out. We'll get back in if it comes up against. We kind of caught the knife on that one. Let's see where down. Okay, we're running those. Okay, leaning on that LVN a little bit. This is kind of an exhaustive node down here if it stays. So we'll see a test there. But playing a balanced day, we talk about this a lot. It's not as easy as it seems in hindsight. If you go back and look at a balanced day, you're like, oh, of course, just buy the low and sell the high. But in real time, it's not as black and white. The other thing that happens on a balanced day that's important is I'm much more willing to engage it counter trend stuff inside these bands. So those rules kind of, whoa, nice. Those rules kind of go out the window as long as the bands are bracketed, Now we've left this. So as we come up here, I'm going to watch for blue team somewhere in here in this LVN to keep pushing this lower. But anyways, yeah, you don't necessarily know where it's going to turn around. So on balanced days, the VWAP bands become less of something that I lean on, and I lean a little more heavily on the volume profile and delta volume profile. That's a big bid coming in again there. What time is it? Okay, 11:30. Check on NQ. Q's trying to buy this thing. This low is very poor. Okay. Okay. Let's watch. We'll see. Yeah, these lows suck now for sure. But, doesn't mean anything. Oh, that the green thing is just the 30-second London opening range, Tom. Not a channel. It's just a bar. Just highlights that range for me. So you can see on ES, it's much higher than on NQ. NQ is kind of working on its right now. Yeah, you see this blue team coming in? It's very small, but we'll see what this wants to do. Seems angry. Caleb, they work fine in range bound days, but you have to be willing to let it go further beyond the plus and minus one. On days where
Ambas
it's
son
trending,
una iluminación indirecta.
it's just I have those rules. So on normal days, if something is trending, then I'm not buying in the minus band and I'm not selling in the plus band. But if it is balancing, then I am, I allow myself to do that. But I mean, this could easily just turn into a trend down now. It seems mad. But who knows? We shall wait. It's trying to make yet another exhaustive node down there. This could be something to lean on now. Let's see. Okay. Just one, because we got a lot of work to do. So I'm still looking for a reoffer at like 25. But that's a decent low now. So if we can get through 25, I'll add one more and take it off at VWAP. So now we're looking at this node. Now we have to beat this node. We came back and retested this exhaustive node. That's when I got in here. But yeah, see, now we can't pierce that at all. So that's not great. Hmm. I like that. 27, 19. Okay. It's very hard to trade on this small screen. That's probably like a old person problem. But I'm like, I keep coming close. I'm sorry if I'm creeping anybody out with this. Okay, this is blue team. This isn't great for us. Got to beat them. Get out of here, blue team. Nobody likes you. All right. Let's see if we can get through 25. Nice. Let's go. Does my production team have Freebird? We got any Freebird going? Or Thin Lizzy? Is my production team even here? What? No sound effects. Even the sound effects are on vacation? I tell you. It's okay. They deserve a break, to be honest. The sound bites are in the pool. The sound bites are at martini o'clock right now. Okay, cool. So now if that holds, that's good. I did have this, so this is where I put that target for that first lot. Because it's all these lows. Ah. So now we retest this part of this. See if there's still a bid there. And if so, we can get back into the range. If not, we just croak, and that's fine. Yeah, Ski, but there's a lot. Well, I don't know if it's this specifically, but there is a lot of this is a big time of day. This is why I like trading this time of day a lot because it is a lot of things happen right now. London closes, um, all that stuff. So, but it's a good low. I like that. I did a good job with that. That was cool. Yeah, so we let it make its low and we got in on the right side of the V. That's pretty good for vacation trading. That's pretty good. Nah, Neil, I don't care about OPEX or anything like that. Not that there could be edge in it. I just don't. It's just not part of my process. What is the news today? I actually don't know. I did not look. Do we have anything today? Come on. Get through this turkey. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, Fed stuff? Okay. Thanks, Phoenix. Hey, this is a good ass trade. Let me check on NQ. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at those sellers. Giga trapped. Yep. They're just stepping it up. Jeremiah, don't play with me. If there's tariffs on joggers, I will actually turn into a black market. You guys will never see me again. I'll just start running joggers across borders. I've always wanted to do like, I don't know, something that was like, fun crime, like a harmless crime. I feel like that would be a nice harmless crime for me and XY to get into. I, of course, would drag him into that production. XY, if you're listening, he's not, but just know I've signed you up to be a bootleg jogger kingpin. Oh, okay, thanks, Steve. Dr. Steve, excuse me. Yeah, this is a lot of volume today on this Delta stuff. So, I mean, this was a lot of market buying that was rewarded, and then we retested it. So that's good. Still good things for us. Couldn't quite get back to VWAP. Left to burn. I'm telling you, man, that Viore stuff is no joke. As soon as I saw Pax last night, I gave him a big hug, and I was like, Pax wearing that Viore. It's just so soft. It's wonderful. I might have to rethink this. Might have more business down here. So aggro. Sold off the point of control. Watch this guy. You still there, Mr. Bid? Okay. Profile reset. Oof. They're just selling it now. Nope. No passive. No red team stepping in yet. Got me. Second ad. Okay. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Maybe ES just wanted to make a poor low. Ooh, new low for NQ. NQ got down to 25K. Okay. Nice. Not the best. Not the best, Phil. See this guy here at 13. Was a new low. Better fill. Lean on this guy. is plenty painful. Yikes. So much delta. Whoa. This is wild. Ah, got me. Hard to get in and stay in. I want to lean on that guy. So spicy right here. $11.45. Ah, missed it. Horrible. Horrible fill. Nards. Damn it all.
Por favor, escanee su dedo para comenzar.
Struggling
Por
with IB
favor.
though. Let's see. Get back above it. I'll add that second one. Something going on right here. Just stuck. God, I would love to see a Dom. I was really feeling XY's pain this morning. It's very difficult to trade without just looking at delta volume profile. It's pretty rough. Yeah, no. No dice. Seller wins. This is gonna be a tricky day if we take out the overnight low and high. Those are my outlier days. Let's see what this dude's doing over here. Oh wow. That was a big. That's the other thing I'm missing. Seeing NQ and ES at the same time. So this is a big seller that absorbed this bid that tried to bid out of 25K. Yeah, now it's just falling out. Yeah, I do. Consistent, I found a good external monitor too. I'm just using it for the chat. Zeke, do I worry about counter trend trading? No. It hasn't been in a trend until possibly right now. It was in an uptrend earlier for a few seconds. But it's not it's not doing anything. It was balancing before. That's the thing about the trend stuff, is it's like, when's the trend start? When's it change from balance to imbalance? You don't know until it's happened. So like, yeah, you guys watched me take some trades that looked like it was counter trend, but it's not until we don't get above the IB. If we get back inside the IB, that's balance. So it's not, you can't know for sure if you're trading against the trend in real time. That's a lie. It's a fiction to think that. But the band's starting to slope. So now that I've taken these losses here, I do have my head on the swivel. This is a ton of business right here too. I mean, I still don't hate leaning on it. Like, it's fine. But I'm not going to lean on it anymore until we try to get on the other side of it. Yeah, it's very gnarly. What if I could zoom in, get a better, show you guys a little better on this, on the Delta stuff. There you go. So right now, that dude's winning. But like, yeah, this is what I keep seeing. I keep seeing bid. If I saw the Dom, I'm sure I would be seeing a similar situation. It's true, Mark. I cannot know what I don't know until I know it. So without having the Dom up, it's just like it seems like these big pushes, they keep getting sold very hard. Um, so it's basically like market bid, and then it runs into a passive offer, sells. Market bids, runs into a passive offer, sells. So I don't want to catch it. I don't want to catch it yet. Yikes. So on NQ, similar story. So market bid, and then you see it run into this dude, and it's sold. Now there's a passive seller here that market is trying to bid through. Wow, he absorbed a ton. And then same theory. So it's a lot of blue team. But if they get on sides, that's a W for the longs. It's just, I don't know if they can. Mm. Okay, reset there. So, JP, the blue delta, this is market buying that's going into the offer and being met with passive selling. It's just passive because it's just sitting there. It's not like, it's the other side of that trade. And so when I see this passive selling and market buying and the price is not going higher, that tells me that the seller is in control of this part of the auction here. Now, if price goes above this, then the opposite is true. So bright blue is market buying being met by a passive seller. And if price gets above that spot, that means that aggressive buying is being rewarded for their bids. If it doesn't, then that means that aggressive buying was not enough to get through the passive selling. And so the seller is currently on sides in that moment. Same thing kind of going on right here. I do hate trading around the IB, but I might have to. But at this point, we got to get, I mean, the slope is sloping. Maybe MA. This could be a good short. I don't particularly want to take this short because it's not. I mean, it would be really aggressive, and I try not to take really aggressive shorts. I try to take a short that is like a good short would for me would be up here, like 22. But I mean, it's not bad. The other thing is I just don't like to trade around the IB. I just don't like to do it. It's very messy place. We got a little node. Yeah, so this is a ton. All these market buys could not break back above. And so price goes lower. Passive seller wins. For now, for that micro thing. JC, the initial balance is what IB stands for. It is the first hour of trading. So whatever the range from 9:30 to 10:30, that's called the initial balance. I disagree, Thaddeus. I don't think this is a neutral day anymore. It was, but now we're exploring prices that are lower. This is turning from a capital D shape to, I don't know, capital P, really, like in reverse. And we're not really building much volume down here either. So that's part of the reason that I'm not like I haven't fully given up on a long idea. I just need to see some context change now before I get into it. So I just can't buy these prices with this action in front of me. Ah, sick. My troll's back. Whoa, Jack, I missed you, buddy. You haven't been in here in a very long time. I don't think so, Thaddeus. It's not a neutral day. Maybe it is. Maybe we have different definitions. Yeah, I use the 0.5s sometimes. If it's a really aggressive trend, you can kind of eyeball the 0.5s. Okay, Thaddeus, I'll look it up. Thanks, bud. Yeah, you can come hang out if you want, Nick. I don't have pants on. Be forewarned, Nick. No, I'm just kidding. I have pants on. Nick, did you get some sleep, by the way? I mean, Nick's got young kid at home. He probably hasn't had a night to just sleep by himself in probably a year. 4 hours. Oh man. You got that dad brain programmed. Yep, exactly. Yeah, first trip away from the girls, very, very weird. Very weird. I remember that vividly. I think my kid was like 8 months and I had to go play a show. I did not like it. It was odd. No, Mark, I don't. Why do you guys all think I have a different haircut today? Is it like it must be the camera angle or something? This is my same haircut. I didn't get a haircut before I came to Naples. All right, we're running the overnight low. Where's NQ's? How much further down we got? Oh, quite a ways. Okay. Okay. A bit of a bid. That might be it, Shreddy. Yeah, I don't have the headphones on. Good call. The full pomp is possible. Okay, fat fish. I don't know if that's a compliment, but I like both of those people, so I'll take it. Hey, thanks, buddy. Best of luck to you too, brother. Oof. Seller just so mad. Buddy Holly, also great performer, not historically good looking. So, fat fish, work on your compliment game, dude. It's pretty horrendous. Yeah, it's gotta be the headphones. Oh no, Dan, I did not. I did write it down. No, no gel either. Gel. What year is this? Are people still putting gel in their hair? I remember that was the thing in high school. You got to spike it up and make those spikes as hard as humanly possible. Nothing really going on down here either. I was looking for some red team, but there ain't anybody. What's that? Noon. Well, I guess I should let the production team get out of here. I guess I should go to the pool. Let the market sell off if it wants to. I'll probably hang and watch a little bit. I got one more coffee to drink anyway. Production team signing off for me. All right, yeah, we can be done. I'm not looking to trade this anymore. But yes, thank you for hanging out. Happy Thursday. That's it for us for the week, maybe. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends and have fun. So, um, yeah, don't forget. I mean, Jim's around here. I don't know why I gotta be the one to say this right now. I know he's around. I just saw him yesterday. But yes, as we go into an awesome time hanging out with each other, we are really grateful for you guys, honestly. We talked about that a lot last night. We are really grateful for this community, and I'm not just saying that because I wouldn't. I even love Wojak. Um, but yeah, thank you so much for being a part of this. You've made our lives really cool, and it does mean a lot to us. So, with that being said, most important message of the day: stay safe out there, and be good to each other.